Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, March the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can see my screen and you can hear me. So, guys, this could be the one. I sort of in quotations I put this could be the one today. CANF. Obviously, it's had a huge gap up already. It's up 93%. It's a low float, 14 million in the float. A lot of room still left on that monthly chart. I think the eye-catching thing is this $42 million deal. Whether or not, I don't know when they're going to get that money. It doesn't really matter. It's just that it's an eye-catching press release, and it says $42 million, and that's what people see, okay? Without diving into it too extensively. So anyway, there is CANF, a huge gap up. And again, we've seen this time and again. You know, people say to me, well, how can you possibly be interested in a stock that's already up 100%? Because by the end of the day, it could be up 200 or 300 or 400%. You know, and we don't know until the market opens. I'd like to see it take out that high right there, 407, which looks like that's the pre-market high approximately. But the big deal is it still has a lot of room. I mean, just look left on that monthly and the weekly chart, and yeah, exactly, William. You see what I mean? It's $1.6 million up front, but it's the eye-catching 45 million. That's what people see. All right, so that's kind of maybe the one to really keep an eye on today. SSY, another one that had a dollar amount in a press release, $2 million, some kind of an expansion. Another low float, 3.9 million in the float. Another big gap up. Look back 4 weeks and the high was 330, so it's right at those highs now. ANCN, another gap up. Let's see if it's holding though. Yeah, so this one is not holding. Had a big move after hours yesterday. Big move all the way up to $7, but it is really tailing off. It's actually an earnings play pre-market. So I'm not sure what caused this pop after hours, but anyway, released earnings still up 16%, but fading badly. CLSK. So CLSK is down because of a financing. So the financing is done at $22. So it's a little bit above the financing price of $22, and that is CLSK. Big gap down on that financing news. ENZ is a little earnings play. Whoops, got to type the right symbol in. ENZ, earnings play, March 15th. I'm sorry, this was, so they released after hours, March 15th, after hours. There's that mauve area right here. So they released after hours. Pretty good, obviously a great reaction, got up to $5. Kind of holding. It's not a super low float, 44 million. But again, look at the gap. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 485. What did it get to in the pre-market or after hours? Got up to over 5. So again, just have to wait and see how this reacts once the market opens. SVRA is another little, okay, so they release tomorrow. March 17th pre-market. So they release tomorrow. Some activity right now though for it. A lot of volume. I mean, it's up 30%. See if they, I don't see any specific news for it. I don't see any specific news for SVRA. That's a lot of volume though already. Is ANCN, thank you, Thomas. ANCN is a reverse split and a merger. Oh, I see, yeah. Rallied 76% on Chemomab merger approval. Okay, so it is a merger. CANF, guys. CANF is on the move here. CANF on the move. I mean, this might just, be a rocket ship the minute it opens. KMPH, this was a big one from yesterday, KMPH. And it is still, so it had a big move after, or not after hours, just before, well, this move started at 2:30 yesterday. Kept going. After hours, it held. Pre-market action, still pretty good. KMPH. I'm going to explain what you're going to see here too, right here in the simulator. XNet. Now this could be a fader. XNet, I mean, it's already fading probably. Yeah, it's fading badly. XNet is an earnings play, crypto play. Got all the way up to 9.56 this morning. It is starting to fade. I'm not sure what crypto is doing right now. Yeah, so crypto is down. There's GBTC, ETF for crypto. So it is starting to move down. So it wouldn't surprise me if XNet gets pulled down. I mentioned GME. Again, you're on your own. You want to trade this one, but this is a big gap down now for GME. Futu, F-U-T-U. This is an earnings play. One of the big China Fins. Earnings play. Big gap up, $12. Released earnings this morning. You can see the reaction right there. And QFin, this one was beaten up all day yesterday, but it's an earnings play and it's trying to recover. Another China, well, I don't know if it's a fin exactly, but consumer lending, yeah, so it's a China fin. So it is gapped up on earnings. It released earnings after hours yesterday. Not a big reaction, but look at the day it had. I mean, it was really gapping down quite a bit. So let's see if this is a recovery or will it, continue its fade. Meanwhile, guys, CANF is on the move. CANF on the move. I don't like taking these this early, but this looks like it's going to keep running. What's the high here? Monthly is 495. I'm just looking at the monthly chart right here. That's 495. This is a few months ago, of course, and then that's December of 2019. That's really the next high looking left, I believe. Yes, it is, because that's $4 right there the following month. So that's the next high in the monthly chart. So we'll have to see what happens once the market opens. But it's a low float. And again, big number in that press release. Okay, so now it is 9:12. Let me just go quickly to briefing.com and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Okay, actually not too many upgrades and not very many downgrades. So let me just get a few of them in right now. Just a few more upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let's see, does Goldman do anything? Nothing on the upgrades. I'm going to check on the downgrades. I think Goldman has one downgrade. Let me just get the downgrades in right now. All right, PNW is a Goldman downgrade. Let's take a look at that once I finish these. Not very many downgrades this morning from briefing.com. So let me take a look at PNW. I think it's an expensive one. That's at, well, it's not as expensive as I thought. Okay, so PNW, a bit of a downgrade from Goldman this morning. CANF, guys. CANF on the move. A big way here. Oh, you're right, Portland. You're right. POR is a Goldman upgrade. You're absolutely right. POR. Yeah, let's see how the SPY is doing this morning right off the bat. So the SPY is doing pretty well. It's a nice little gap up so far. Okay, SSY continues. So this is trying to hold the pre-market gap. Got as high as 380, but it's starting to move a little higher. Again, there's a $2 million number in that press release. Some kind of an expansion they're doing. And it is a very low float, 3.9 million in the float. Yeah, so I don't make any suggestions like that. Okay, I mean, all I'm doing right now is pointing out the fact that CANF is a massive mover pre-market. Have to wait for the market to open. I mean, there's no buying point yet. I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, if you want to buy it, it's up to you. Where you're going to put your stop, maybe around 4 or underneath 4. I don't typically take things in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down. I just wanted to point out that the next high looking left on that monthly chart is 495. So that's certainly far enough away. But I don't make any recommendations like, okay, here's where you should buy it. I'm not as you probably, I know nobody reads the disclaimer, but when you enter the room, it does indicate that I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not going to make any, yes, buy it here, don't buy it here. I'm not just talking to you, Big O, but to anybody else who's new into the room. Again, it wouldn't surprise me if XNet continues to fade here. I think it released earnings, but it's a crypto play, and crypto is not doing well right now. Well, it's all relative, of course, but it's being hit a little bit here. I'm just looking at a couple of the other, of course, Riot and Mara, a couple of the crypto stocks. So I think that had crypto been soaring this morning, XNet probably would have been able to more or less keep their gains after earnings, but it just seems to be fading with crypto. And let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. Okay, AMPE definitely. I don't know why I missed this one, but AMPE definitely. Take a look at this one, guys. AMPE should have been on my list, but I'm just talking about it right now. I'm sorry, that's the wrong. Okay, well, still. So AMP, I know why wasn't on my list. It's just popping now. Look at the volume coming into AMPE. This is not a low float. 170 million in the float. Something's up. 917 details early positive results. So this news just hit at 9:15. Early positive results for whatever drug they've got. So actually, this is a virus play, guys. This is a COVID respiratory distress drug. So this is a virus play, AMPE. Give me a moment here as I make an adjustment to one of my windows. And this is, let's see, how many shares? So again, it's a big float, 170 million in the float. That's a big, big float for a $2 stock. So this is definitely going to be interesting because let's take a look left on the monthly chart. So last month, the high was 260 something. So it has some room, does have some room to run. Goods, welcome. All right, so CANF is settling down a little bit here. Let's see if it holds 4. I think that's pretty key if it can hold that hold number 4. Yeah, I saw that this morning. This is El Toro. Yeah, I guess they're talking about that merger. Yeah, my feelings on these is that they get the pop on the news and then they just fade because I mean the merger is how far off? I mean if it does happen. Yeah, 10 billion. Yeah, it is a big deal, but as you know, until it really happens, you got as high as 1340 or 48 in the pre-market. Somebody asked about ANVS. Yeah, I did see this one. This is a very, very low flow for a $42 stock, and that's kind of why I shied away. I mean, did it get up to almost $50, $49? You got to be so careful, with a share price of 43, with a 4 million in the float. This will be wild. Surprising, actually. Oh, the spread just went up to 50 cents. It was only a dime, 42.50, 42.60 for a brief moment. But I would anticipate the spread will be really crazy. It's sort of out of the price range that I do like to trade, but I mean, no disputing the fact it's up is up a huge amount, 26%. But again, with that such a low float with an expensive stock, you can have some absolutely wild swings. And it did have the news, interim phase 2 data showing obviously positive news. Okay, just look. I'm keeping an eye on CANF. It's still holding 4. We actually have a channel that's devoted. So if you click on new and then channel bar, and one of our channels is kind of, I think, devoted to biotech. Just got to find it. I'm pretty sure we used to have one anyway. Here we are. Biotech's right there, okay? So that is a channel devoted to biotechs. Remember though, everything in here in the channel bar, so again, accessing it, new channel bar, everything from the channel bar is a layout. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud before you load anything from the channel bar. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. All right, guys, what time is it? 9:24, so getting close to the open. GNOG. I'm not sure I've ever seen GNOG before. Okay. Well, I don't typically look at stocks under $1. I mean, it's up How could it be up? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm looking at that. I thought it said 18 cents. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, actually, interesting. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Golden Nugget online wins online sports betting license, so it is up 3.8%. Decent volume, I guess. We don't even have a float number for it. So my thoughts, again, like everything else, you got to wait for the market to open, see if it can hold this gain. Raz, it has been a while, yes. Just watching this CANF, guys, to see if it can really hold that $4 mark. All right, I'm going to get rid of these two. And here is my watch list up and down. If you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then, where are you? Here I are. Here I am. Watch list up and or Barry's watch list. So there's the channel. All you're going to get. I know it's a little confusing. You don't get everything. All right. It's just focusing on my watch list. But remember again, this is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. In these two windows here, that's on purpose. I do put a delay. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back, and yeah, the CANF is holding this 4 well, really well. Again, I'm just going to wait to see how it opens. And listen, it may just run completely away from me right off the bat, but that's... Yeah, there is a... It must be in the... hopefully it's in the latest beta, if you, T-Money. If you go to the latest beta on our website, and there should be in the external linking, and one of the selections is TrendSpider, okay? But that would probably be in the latest beta from our website. So the smart stop figure is just it's a proprietary number that's generated by our system. It looks at the volatility of the stock for the day and also the high and the low, feeds those numbers in and generates a smart stop. Again, it's just a guide. You don't have to follow it exactly. You don't have to follow it at all, but it is it's there for you if you want to use it. Okay, just very quickly want to show you something. What time is it? 9:29. So the market's going to open in a little more than 30 seconds. So I just wanted to show you something in my simulator. I kept these overnight. I kept all of these three overnight. All right, in the simulator, I got rid of them in the morning, and so this was like a mini swing trade. Okay, for me. So I got rid of the KMPH and the GOCO, and that's why I closed them out. Trade of the week is one of our traders comes up with it, okay? Steve Gomez, Brian. He does that every week. And now, guys, we are going to be open in less than 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And let's see what happens on the open. All right, guys, there goes CANF. Starting to run already, CANF. But look at this. I mean, look at this, 438 and right back down to 410. So I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I think it's going to be very whippy. I mean, this could regain very quickly also, but like look at SSY. I mean, it's just ripping right from the beginning, right from the onset. 381 was the pre-market high, so this is taking that out. All right, this is starting to move down, guys. This was a big one from yesterday, but big gap down now. SLDB. Okay, there's CANF. Is it an options play at all? No, it doesn't play. So it's not going to come into my options scanner. It doesn't trade options at all. Wow, look at the reversal now for SGLB. This is a reversal now. So far, a reversal. Okay, guys, so look at the CANF underneath 4 now, or briefly underneath 4. SSY, though, this is just continuing. Wow, SSY, I mean, only $2 million in that press release, but look at this, SSY, super low float. And this is what can happen, 3.9 million in the float. So that's one of those ones that just, opened and gapped up and kept going, SSY. It's VRA in the pre-market. Now this is holding, actually, it's now above the pre-market highs. Not a low float, 40 million. Not crazy high, but certainly not a low float, 40 million. So it looks like they release tomorrow. March 17th before the market opens, they release tomorrow, earnings. Well, we'll just, again, you're on your own trading this one, guys, but GME had a nice pop, got all the way down to 185 in the pre-market, but going to be wild, obviously. You've been following the story. So there's a KMPH starting to give it up. Good morning, James. Look at Yalla, guys. This is the one that surprised me yesterday. Yalla surprised me quite a bit yesterday. No, look at it. I mean, SSY. Okay, well, this is one that just kept going. Okay, I see there was one. Was that a bit of a late alert from the AI? Yeah, but the volume is, so it's never gonna, it's not gonna show. I mean, maybe it'll pick up, but it's only 167 contracts so far. Remember, my minimum is 2,000, but I'm sure it's gonna pick up. The cannabis play, guys, VFF, and it's actually an earnings play. VFF is just sinking here, down 9% right now. Not real big reaction pre-market, but earnings play, or at least earnings pre-market. But now look at it, VFF on the way down. This VRA, guys, from the AI, it pulled back. You had an opportunity to get back in, or in it. And it is an earnings, actually it's not an earnings play. Tomorrow they release earnings, SVRA. And you can see right off the bat, it took it from the options scanner. This is my options, so it was a really early one. Right there, you can see it right there, 286, 936. Now, because it's early, I'm going to flatten out this that position and see if it pulls back and then get back in. So this took this on in auto trade mode from my option scanner. Now, this might be a terrible sell right now. I might be way too early, but we'll see. So obviously what happened, Hill, is that the options really picked up. Ugh. Yeah, it was an AI alert. I don't know. You couldn't. I don't think you could have got it right at 261, but it did pull back. So I think you could have got it in the 60s, 260 something or other. And so there it is, AI alert, 18%. And forget about target hit. I mean, why would you? I mean, if it's still trading well, I got out of it because I don't really like the early alerts. And this is again in the simulator. I'm going to go over all this later. Okay, now I'm really watching this SVRA to see what it's going to do. You see what it did? Look at the weekly chart. High of 317. This is back in June of last year. Almost to the penny. Almost to the penny. 315. That's where it stalled. It happens a lot. You just have to you look left and you see where the next high is on the higher time frames. I mean, does it happen all the time? Of course not. But a lot of times it may stall right when it looks at that high looking left. Now, if it takes out 317 again, it may just really start to run, because then when you start looking left, 455 on the monthly chart is the next high. You know, so it would have this room here. Okay, look at this one popping, guys. QD is popping here. Not a low float, though. 187 million in the float. QD, so look left. 313 is the next high looking left. I mean, that could stall it right there. That's the next high looking left on the on probably the monthly and the weekly. Actually, not the monthly, but certainly the weekly. Oh, look at this move for FINV. So I looked at FUTU and Tiger. Of course, FUTU had earnings. Look at this move though. They're all in the same sector, same China financial sector. Okay, so look at this move for FINV. Okay, guys, SVRA right at that critical level again. Yeah, we have a halt here. BIOX just got halted. BIOX just got halted. Look at this move. Not very much volume yet, but it'll pick up. No, QD. I don't know. Wow, SSY is just, yeah, crazy now. SSY is the... I would have predicted, I would have thought CANF would have been the runner. Just because of the press release, but that's why you wait. But look at SSY, oh my gosh. Doesn't trade options, so it's not going to be an option, and it just got halted. SSY just got halted. Okay, guys, SVRA now taking out that level for the second time. 317, look at it go now. Took it out the second time. I don't think it wasn't QS. I don't think it's QS. No, it was QD, Sam. It wasn't QS. It was QD. All right, guys. Well, I said if I could take out that high again, and it is really starting to run now. SVRA from the options. Now let's see if QD can catch up. Well, SVRA, that's definitely a winner. 286. 286, and also from the AI at 261. Okay, I know if you're new to this room, I'm going to go over a lot of this. All right, SVR8 guys, definitely a winner from both the AI and my options scan. Now, This showed up here. You know, I have a purpose. I put a delay of 15 minutes on purpose, but this is so extended now. Okay, so I mean that's why. You know, that's the risk, of course, waiting 15 minutes, but look at Yalaga. Okay, this is what I was trying to, and then the other thing started to explode. Keep an eye on this one for sure. I mean, I was surprised yesterday. The market was good yesterday. It had earnings. It really gapped up in the pre-market, but once the market opened, it just slid all day long. So I don't know. The market is positive. Well, actually, Dow's down. Tech is up. Tech's up pretty big. SPY's up, but I don't know. I mean, I'd be watching this one over 25. I mean, the high yesterday was 27.73 or so. So it did definitely surprise me. All right, guys, keep an eye on this one. Maybe GMRE. Now it's still down $1, but it's a gap down and reverse. Trying to reverse. All right, so SSY is still halted. It got halted at 9:43, and if it's a 5-minute halt, this is the halt scanner we have. So if it's going to open, typically these are 5-minute halts. If it's a volatility halt, so it'll open at 8 seconds after 9:48. So here's well, let's see if it opened. Okay, it is open. There we go. So it was a 5-minute halt right to the second. And there it goes, SSY. My goodness. Wow. It's funny, you know, I saw the two press releases, SSY and CANF. If somebody had asked me which one that I think would do what SSY is doing, I would have picked CANF. I know the float is lower, but you know it had 2 million in its press release, and CANF had about 40 something million, but it didn't seem to matter. So even there, guys, at 555, you know, look at this. My goodness, from my watch list. And look at this one. So far the watch list has performed 560. This is 595 right now. All right, this is a gap down and go, guys. Gap down and it's continuing to move down. SM, energy play. So when you look at QD, what do you see? I see 326 as a high here and 326. So there are two highs on the daily chart right at 326. What did it get to today? 323 so far. Now, will it do an SVRA and break through? It might. So if it does, then if you look left, the next high is 360. So, I mean, it doesn't have a huge amount of room. You know, I wish this wasn't here. I mean, look, if you got in at 326 or so, and it got up to 360, that'd be a great percentage move, but it's not quite as clean. Look at Yalla, guys. It held that 25 mark so far. And we have another halt. TSRI just got halted. Oh, I see. It was halted earlier, I know, but it didn't show up yet for me because it was way under 20,000 shares. So this doesn't trade very much. Super low float. Anything could happen on this with this one now. Okay, guys, this one, CDXC, this is a gap up and go. Gap up and go. The next high looking left is 1475. That's about $1 away. Of course, this had a tremendous day back here on the 25th of February. This Drive Shack was kind of frisky a few days ago. DS, I look left though, the next highs are, around 354, not a ton of room. A lot of action this morning. Already, ENZ now, guys. ENZ. So where are you? Look left on that monthly chart. 495. So there is some room on the monthly chart if it can get up to that 5 level. We're at 421 right now. Let me back this out on the weekly to make sure that's correct. Yeah, it's the same. So there is some room for ENZ. It might be because, let's just see something here. I want to get rid of, I had to get rid of the pre-market. Sometimes it gets skewed. Now this one is just getting creamed here. Look at NKLA is a gap down and go, gap down and go down. So next low is looking here, 431 or so. So yeah, so I'm going to flatten out of this. Today is a bit of a scalping day, I think. So this is all in the simulator, okay? This is a simulator in action. I'm going to explain this in about 20 minutes or so, what you're seeing here. So in the simulator, I'd be up at $1,300. And just to give you an idea, a little bit of an idea about what you're seeing here. So you see the KMPH. This is one that I held from yesterday, sold it in the pre-market, and from where I sold it, it is down over $1. So that obviously a good sell, at this point, because it's down over $1 from where I sold it. This one, the GOCO, it's down 71 cents from where I sold it in the pre-market. You have to go limit. You cannot sell at market. You just have to go limit. So I was watching the bid ask, so I went in at the bid and sold it. Sold both of them. Of course, sure. You just can't do anything. You can't do market orders pre-market. Okay, you have to go limit orders. So you have to pick a price and get out. Now, sometimes in the pre-market, and the spreads were okay. In both cases, they were only about a nickel, so it was easy to get out. It's using our real-time data, so these are all real-time. I'm going to go over this a little bit later. I also got rid of this. Was another one that I had held overnight, NBRV, and I sold for a $70 loss in the pre-market. Yeah, look at the SPY. This is an all-time high now, isn't it? 394, yeah. So this is an all-time high for the SPY. Wow. What do you mean, why is the market down? Why do you say that? SPY is up. Well, that's because, whatever you're following, hard for me to answer that one, Sam. Whatever you're following is moving down. You can't say, why is all the market down? No, there's two Sams. All right, guys. Alerts are finally starting to settle down a little bit here. What's this one? SLNO. Let's see what this one is doing. Wow, look at this one, guys. So there's a 200-day moving average at 208. So it's a little bit close. It's right there. That could easily block it, as well as the whole number. But look at SLNO. The high looking left is $1.70, so it's a little bit above that high. It's not a low float. It's only up 3%. Made the watch list because of this potential gap fill. I was aware, though, of course, of that 200-day moving average. Okay, I know somebody was mentioning AVXL also. AVXL, so look at this. So if you look left on the daily chart, 1604, this has room. I mean, this, oh man, this has got a lot of room. AVXL. And what's the float? So it's not a super low float. Decent volume, almost a million shares. AVXL, I wonder if they had some news. There looks like there might have been a little bit of news for AVXL. Look at the potential fill here for AVXL. That was from you, Fred. Yes. Yeah, I mean this is good. This is awfully hard. This TSRI, it just opened. Very, very low volume. Only in 1 million. I mean, this could go anywhere. I mean, it's going higher, but the spread is going to be awful. And it's very, very low volume, but the volume's picking up. I don't see any specific news on it. I'm going to flatten out of this QD. Okay, guys, this AVXL continues to move here. AVXL, what's the spread like? It's not terrible. It's about a dime right now. CCIV, I saw you guys talking about it. CCIV, actually, it's not bad. I mean, it is trying to really recover here. I mean, it just got absolutely thumped once that merger was completed. I mean, this was up to what, 60 odd dollars, $65 or so, and got, cut all the way down to 20. So it is coming back. I think I even saw a little bit of news on it this morning. Well, guys, this is now starting to move down. CANF. It's not shortable for me. I'm just looking. I was actually toying with the idea of shorting it, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, look at Jill. Jill, all of a sudden, just starting to surge here, coming into the new highs. Look at the volume that just came in, and it just got halted. Jill just got halted. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I am back. Siri having a good day. SIRI. Boy, this is just tanking now. CANF. Again, I didn't have shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh man, so this just got, I mean, guys, this is, look at this. I mean, TSRI 1477 gets halted 1154. I'm only bringing it to your attention because it's showing up in the halts resume. So, okay, Tiger is on the way down. TIGR. What is FUTU doing? This looks to me like a fade day. No, FUTU is still hanging in there. This is an earnings play, but typically Tiger and to a lesser extent FINV will follow. But again, look at Tiger and FINV. Like I'm seeing a lot of, yeah, just like the other Sam was saying, a lot of stocks are moving down. Look at SLDB. I'm not sure where I saw Siri. Okay, sorry, I can't see it right now. Okay, STRM is interesting. Look at this. So if it, what did it do in the pre-market? Got all the way up to $4. It's 32 million in the float. Certainly not excessive, and it is starting to really move here. And it had, I'm trying to see if it had any news. Yeah, ANCN just got halted on the way up. ANCN halted on the way up. Yeah, I mean, gosh, these are. I mean, look at this. I mean, after hours yesterday, 7:07, releases earnings, pre-market, all the way down to 470, and now right back up. Why did this happen? Because look at the float, 3 million shares in the float. Look at Jill, guys. Jill just opened. My goodness, look at Jill just opened. I mean, I think they've had a reorganization. You know, because this was a company, I think this month here, they're announcing basically bankruptcy. Is Jill actually an earnings play? Really? Okay, I didn't see that. No, you're right. Pre-market, you're absolutely right. Really, no. I mean, look at the reaction. Pre-market actually was gapping down a little bit, but market opened and boom. They reported a loss of $1.56 a share, so maybe that's not as much as what was expected. It doesn't trade options very much. I mean, look at this, 2 contracts so far. I mean, this might be a little bit behind, but only 2 contracts so far. I'll try to be more gentle, Jason. I know this is a very this mic picks up absolutely everything. Oh, there goes STRM, guys. STRM, man, the pre-market 410. It still has some room. Yeah, we've got a disconnect for sure. I mean, the Dow's down pretty heavily. Nas, though, I mean, the Nas tech stocks are moving higher. So there is a disconnect. Who's that someone, Merkel? Who's that someone that told you? All right, SLNO guys. So it's holding that 170 mark. What did it get up to? Got up to 178. It's a pretty big float, so I don't think it's a pretty big float for a $3 stock. But I mean, this could be really interesting. The closer it gets to 2, of course. There's a 200-day moving average at 208. Okay, another earnings play. Didn't see this in the designer brands, DBI. Another earnings play. It's a gap, look at this gap down all the way to here. 1448 is now popped up over $1. DBI. DBI continues here, guys. DBI continues. Wouldn't surprise me if it goes positive. It's still slightly negative from yesterday's close. Well, this had to be a day to be nimble. I mean, some of these ones that really pop, but they're just giving it up, not sustaining. So the CFRX had a huge day a couple of days ago. The problem is it got up to 765, and it was pretty big selling. And then what are we Tuesday? So this is yesterday, so continue down, trying to recapture maybe this area. CFRX low float, 24 million in the float, has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. Well, Yalla certainly was a good idea. Off that 25. I mean, nothing spectacular, but certainly a decent idea off that 25 when I was talking about it. This SYPR is, so I had a big gap up this morning, got all the way up to 541. He's dropped $1 from those pre-market highs, and looks like this is another one, that is just cannot hold. Some of these small ones, you just cannot hold their gains. 11 million in the float, has earnings tomorrow. SYPR. See if there's any news on that one. I don't see any specific news for this one, SYPR. Yeah, it's been choppy like anything, but I mean, look at these bottoming tails. I mean, the sellers have been trying like mad to knock this down, ENZ. Look at these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. So again, these can be good clues. The sellers at one point had it down to 414. The buyers closed at 454. The sellers tried again, and they're trying again. This candle has not closed. It still has 11 minutes to close, that 15-minute candle. They knocked it down to 432. The buyers look like they're trying to regain control. So this is a bit of the war going on right now between the buyers and sellers for the ENZ. Next high looking left is $5. Looks like. Yeah, it looks like it's $5. That could be a really tough nut for it to get through. I mean, this could go anywhere, guys. I know I say that, but with this low float, a $16 stock with 10 million in the float, and it's been halted several times. It just got halted again on the way up. Look at this. Moved up to 317, came all the way down. I mean, these are big, big moves percentage moves. That's what I was saying. I mean, to me right now, especially these little ones, this is sort of, take your profits when you can. All right, so this one could be interesting. Despegar, I think this is where are they out of Argentina. Yes, so this could be interesting. I think I saw an upgrade. I believe I saw an upgrade this morning. Yeah, I saw an upgrade this morning for DESP, and I don't see any. Let's see, the next high is looking left. 1875, 1890. So this has some room, and it won't be quite as wild as some of the other ones. A bit of higher float, 60 million in the float. It just looks like it, wants to continue a bit here. The high in the pre-market, 1793. Boy, this one is sinking badly now. KMPH. Yeah, I really believe. I mean, a lot of days are like this, of course. You've got to take your profits when you can. But I'm just not seeing a lot of these early ones. These not this one specifically, but some. It's the flyers. They're just not holding. I mean, I don't expect they don't all have to be rocket chips straight up, but you don't want to see huge moves down like this SVRA. You don't want to see that. Maybe a little move, a little rest, and then a pop. You're just not getting that. This KMPH is just drifting, ripping down now. Severe rippage on the way down. Oh, guys, okay, well, woo. I mean, I can't tell you to take these. This for me was a bit of a chase sequence underneath 12, but man, oh man, KMPH is just really, really giving it up. And you look left here, I mean, it came from $9 yesterday. Severe droppage, yes, I like that. Severe rippage, severe droppage. There's another gap down and go. Look at this, ERII, gap down and go. So this is what I'm looking at. I've been following this. My gap continuations or reverses. Wow, it's 10:25 already. You know what? I'm going to start my spiel right now because I think this is, I've been having this one up for the last couple of weeks, really getting interesting looks from it. Just a quick explanation about what you're seeing here. There are 4 alert windows in here. One is the gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. So the gap up and go, these are stocks that gapped up and keep going higher. Gap down and reverse, these are stocks that gap down and then are reversing upwards. Gap up and reverse, well, just the reverse of this one. They stocks that gapped up and then they're starting to move down. And then this one, gap down and it kept going down. So they're kind of mirror images, the gap up and go, gap down and go, mirror images, and the gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, just mirror images. So again, one of the scans that I am sharing. So first of all, if you were, wow, look at Yalla, guys. I mean, this was if I do say so myself, this was a nice take by me saying, take a look at it over 25. I was surprised yesterday that it didn't do better off earnings. And now, but today it's like a delayed reaction almost. Anyway, first of all, if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday, I almost said every day, but not Saturday and Sunday, but Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And before I keep going, I just want to pop this in. Okay, this is for the YouTube room. Oops. That's not good. Just give me a moment here. Okay, let me try that again. Okay, so there's my homepage link that I put into the YouTube room, and in the main trading room, there it is right up here, my homepage. Hopefully you can find that tab. Yeah, just a minute, please. My Bluetooth just kicked out. Just give me a moment. Guys, just give me one moment, okay? I'm just trying to get connected again. Just give me one moment. All right, done. All right, so you find my homepage tab in the main trading room, and I put the link in. And Mo, I'm going to show you how you can have my layout. So if you click on my homepage link, now first of all, it's right there. There's my homepage link. So I do want to put this in the room because we do have a promo and it's better than the 15% that you see from my homepage. And it's for 20% off, okay? In honor of St. Patrick's Day, starting tomorrow. Okay, so use the promo code Shamrock for 20% savings. So this is how much, this is how much Trade Ideas costs. So again, don't use that promo code. Use Shamrock, all in capital letters. You'll get 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. So this is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 20%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus that 20%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over a little bit later, okay? That's the main reason why people take our premium service. You don't have to have a monthly or an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. So 118 or 228, and you can apply that 20% discount. You'll get the first month only, okay, off 20%. After that, it'll go to the 118, the standard pricing. So please listen. I cannot believe how many people just think that when they take a monthly plan that they're going to get that 15 or 20%, whatever the discount is, every month. Otherwise, why would we offer an annual plan if you can just do it month to month? Trade of the week. Now, it was doing well, but it is starting to fall somewhat. But, you know, there's still an opportunity maybe to get back in. But trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap video. You can sign up for them here. And here, probably the most popular section in my homepage is all my scans. So Mo, this is my layout. Okay, so what you see on the screen, that would be my layout. I'm also sharing a lot of other scans, including the moving higher. And I think it now reflects the 300% instead of 500%. You guys know what I'm talking about. So options have to be at least 3 times instead of 5 times, okay, activity. So this is, again, probably my favorite scan right here. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Not trading the options, trading the stock, but it's just showing you stocks that are having a really strong option day in terms of number of contracts relative to what they normally do. So, for instance, if a stock normally trades, say, 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for me to see that stock today, it has to trade 6,000 3 times. So, an unusually strong option day. Lot of education right here on the education link, including the 20 short lessons. Cannot stress more. If you're new to trade ideas, I'm almost going to insist that you take a look at the 20 short lessons. No, it's not just calls, it's puts and calls. Total contracts. Okay, so the 20 short lessons. If you're new to trade ideas, please take the time. This is what you'll see. Take the lessons. And, you know, what is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them, etc. All of the basic features are covered right here. They're not videos. It's all text-based. You can, it's not going to take you 20 days. But please take a look at this before if you're new to trade ideas. If you don't have trade ideas, you can also, of course, click on that link and you can see some of the basic features that we have to offer. So today is Tuesday, so I also moderate at the same time as the main trading room. We have a YouTube room. It's the same, so you don't have to go there. But I do take a break at around noon, and one of the other traders takes over from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. And today it'll be Steve Gomez, and he's the originator of the trades of the week. Okay, so you can ask some questions about that. Plus, it's just a general Q&A session. Here's the free trading room that you're in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right there. A lot of educational videos are here. I love this one, the Back to Basics. Literally, if you're brand new to trading, you've never traded a stock in your life, okay? It's a great little video series. I mean, look at this. What is a stock? I mean, it starts off with the absolute, as basic as you can get. Trading books, we created some ebooks, okay? So a lot of information from my homepage. You can save the link so you can take a look at all the scans and all the education, etc. later. Okay, let me just resize this. Why would you say that, Mo? More for swing trades? Whether you swing or want to hold stocks overnight or just trade them intraday is entirely up to you. So, I mean, I would say, quite frankly, that this is more for intraday trading, because these are fast-moving stocks today that you can make some money on the day. Whether they follow through is another thing. But so let me just explain what Trade Ideas is, first of all, for anybody who's new into the room. We are a scanner. Okay, that's what we do. We scan. And so, because the question we get a lot is, well, I have this broker. Can I use your product? Can I use Trade Ideas? Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. We are a scanner. And it doesn't matter what country you're in. You can use Trade Ideas. That's what we are. We're a scanner. So, for instance, I created this it's called Basic New Highs and Lows. This is a, very basic scan that I put together. And you'll notice I'm just going to, quickly go over. I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. Minimum volume of 400,000 shares. Relative volume, current volume is 4, meaning it has to be trading at least 4 times normal. So and I have some other filters in place. So if all these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why I'm seeing CFRX over and over and over again. Okay? No, not at all, Mo, the scanner. No, not at all. The options, no. I mean, look at them. These are all, definitely you could intraday trade these. If you want to hold them, if they close well. The question is my option scanner more for swing trading? I would say absolutely. I mean, you can swing trade anything, okay? If it closes well and it has room on a monthly, daily, and weekly chart, and you feel you want to hold it, of course you can hold it. But don't confuse, I'm not trading options. I'm just trying to find stocks that are having abnormal option activity, and then I'm trading the stock. Okay? I'm not trading options. Meanwhile, STRM, guys, is trying to make another run here. So what we did as a company is, instead of making you learn a programming language, we created, and I think for the absolute vast majority of you, these are all the alerts that we have. And I'm not going to go over them all, but these are all the alerts that we have. And when you see these icons, these are all the filters that we have. So we don't force you to learn a programming language. And again, I think for the vast majority of you, we have enough filters and alerts that you can combine them to create a scan that you like. Okay? You don't have to, I'm sharing all my scans, and in the channel bar, there are a lot of layouts where all the scans are already built for you. But, if you get to the point where you want to create your own scans, we have all the alerts and filters that, again, I think for the most part, you'll be able to create a look that you like to see. So we don't force you to learn a programming language. Now I want to talk a little bit about the AI. Okay, so yeah, a gap up is just a normal gap. An E gap is just because I post this on Twitter also. So an E gap is an earnings gap. Okay? And of course, I have the character limit, so I can't spell out earnings. So I call them an E gap. We start at 9 o'clock. The room is open 9 to 3 Eastern time. Okay, now I want to talk about what we call our AI/Holly. We have what we call, I think there are about 70 baseline strategies, and they get, once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine to optimize those strategies. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. So of those strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. Now, I wouldn't concern yourself too much about why they made the cut or what the names of the strategies are. I mean, if you want to dive into it, you can. I think it just complicates things. It doesn't matter from where they come, Holy Grail, Neo, or 2.0. For me, to just see the alerts that happen is enough, in my opinion. So all you have to do is, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you would see. And nothing happens until at least 9:35. Doesn't mean, I mean, there was an early alert with the SVRA at 9:35, but that's the earliest you'll get an alert. It won't, you'll get no alerts in the pre-market. So look at all the strategies that made the cut. So far, only 3 of those strategies have actually produced an alert. And the reason being is that, you know, these other strategies that made the cut, no stocks have met all the filter requirements and whatever the trigger is. So only three alerts so far today. And what you can do is, once you have this window, what I would do is I would add it to your layout, incorporate it into your layout, so you don't have to open it every morning. And just wait for the alerts to happen. You know, we had the alert SVRA at 261, and how you trade them is going to be up to you. You know, you have a real-time alert, you have a stop price, and how you trade them, it will be up to you. There's no video on how to use it. My only suggestion, though, is that you have this window and you just follow this window almost like it's a watch list all day long. I mean, SVRA could set up later on again. You know, we don't know, but it could set up later on again, as an example. Awesome fixture, thanks. Okay, now I want to talk about this window that you see here that is called Brokerage Plus. Okay, so first of all, this Brokerage Plus window that you see here is only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. They're trying to add it to the web-based version, but it's not available right now. So before I go into it in any great detail, I want to pop this link in that has a video of approximately 25 minutes long, and it's going to cover, just let me get it into our YouTube room. Okay, so the B Plus Connections video. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account. You watch that video, yes, you're going to see, if you take a look at it, you're going to see that we have E-Trade and also TDA. You have to disregard those two. Right now, E-Trade is not available using this Brokerage Plus window, and TDA, I don't know when it'll be available. E-Trade should be relatively soon. I mean, there's a lot of testing going on, but right now, the only way you can use this Brokerage Plus window, if you want to trade a live account, is you have to have an interactive broker's account. Okay, and watch that video, and then you see where it says live, you would connect, and then you can actually use this window to trade. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, you can do interesting things like this. Let's just say I get an alert and I click on SLNO. I take a look at the chart and I think, yes, I would like to trade that. I go back to it, right click, and hover over trade, and notice I've got these buying and shorting options right here that I created. How did I create these? If you watch the video, you can see exactly how you can create your own buying and shorting options. And so this is what we call one-click trading. You just select, you just click on how you want to trade, you know, once you see. No. What is that? Okay. So that's kind of a very interesting way in which, if you have an interactive broker's account, you can actually trade the symbol from using this Brokerage Plus window. Now, just really, if you don't have interactive brokers, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas, okay? It just means that you won't be able to use this feature that we call Brokerage Plus. That's all it is, okay? It's a feature, it's a nice feature. If you happen to have interactive brokers, you can use it. But, you know, you don't, it's not a requirement at all. Yeah, PHAS is just popping here. Look at this. All right, now I want to show you the other way in which to use this Brokerage Plus window, and this is, I'm going to try to hammer this point home. If you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, use our simulator, the sim, for paper trading. Practice trading, practice, 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 okay? Very simple to use. Once you click on sim, you're now in simulated mode. And now, you click, you notice when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I want to buy it, I go, to go long, I buy it. If I want to sell, if I want to short it, I sell. So it's very simple to use. Now, I want to show you, a lot of people, what they like to do is maybe take a trade on a pullback. Okay, they don't want to take a trade near the high of the day. So I want to show you how easy it is to do something like that. Let's just say you wanted to take SLNO, but you don't want to take it unless it pulled back to $1.69 or so. I'm going to make, and this is going to be really, really, this might trigger immediately. So I just want to show you how you can do it. So you pick how many shares. Let's just go 500 shares. And let's just say I want to take that trade at, say, $1.69. If it pulls back to $1.69. So I type $1.69 into both. And I click buy. And you're going to see a nice big blue line showing up on the chart. Okay, so if SLNO goes down to $1.69, it'll take the trade. And that's how we can have, it's a conditional buy order. Okay. Now, if at any point you think, you know what, I don't want to do that anymore, you just have to go to the orders and right click and cancel order to buy. Okay. So you don't have to, follow through if you don't want to. Now, you could also have done it the other way. Now, look at this PHAS. Something's happening with this. Needham says Phase Bios could, here's some news that just popped in here, could see approval in, jeez. I love this news here. So this is what popped is, as far as I can see. Needham says, so they're an analyst, says Phase Bios drug could see approval in early 2023. All right. So hence the pop. Now, we could have done this the other way with the SLNO. Also, if I had said, you know what, if it takes out that high right there, I'd like to take the trade. So all we'd have to do is just put those two prices above the current price and clicked on that buy button, and you would have seen a blue line up here. Okay. Guys, give me 1 minute. What time is it? 10:49. I'll be back. Be right back. Just want to put the message in here. I will be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Couple of minutes. All right, guys, sorry about that. Right back here. So, all right, so where was I? Okay, so using Brokerage Plus, and I should have, very important, I forgot to mention this. Doesn't matter who your broker is, okay, when you're in our simulator. Simulator is using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Take a look at, just going to briefly interrupt my spiel here. Take a look at ANIX. Look at it starting to move here also. ANIX. All right. So now let's just take a trade, because now what I'm going to talk about is the idea of having a stop, and how your stop is going to help you share size. You don't go into every position saying, well, I'm going to take 500 shares, 100 shares, 200 shares. You have to have a stop. And if you're not understanding what the concept of a stop, unfortunately, not every trade you get into is going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade, okay? And that price is going to be determined on, and this is where the practice is going to come in, is being able to look at a chart and say, okay, I think maybe this is a support level, and if it goes down below that support level, I should be out of the trade. So again, not every trade is going to work, guys. Remember that. So what you don't want to do is get really stubborn and say, get into a trade and have it start to move against you and just say, well, I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. And then you start losing a lot more money than you should have if you'd obeyed your stop. So let me just explain that. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I want to buy this STRM right now, okay? So I'm going to buy, I'm going to, in the simulator, I'm going to take, what's the spread like? It's only a penny. I'm going to take 500 shares, okay? So see, it took it right there, 333. Now, to make this math really, really easy, and it's probably not the worst thing, I'm going to put a stop in at 313. Now, just a second here. Of course, you would know this ahead of time when you take when you get into the trade, okay? This is not sort of an after the fact. I'm doing it after the fact just to demonstrate something, though. So here's my entry price at 333. Here's my stop at 313. Now, your next question is going to be, well, how do I know where to put the stop? Well, again, that is only going to come with practice. Looking at charts, seeing, okay, on certain time frames, it looks like, why is this thing going off? Just a second, guys. I've got this alarm going off. I don't know why. So you have to be able to look at a chart eventually, and when you get experience, to say, yeah, I think this looks like a support level. So if it went down below that support level, I should be out of the trade. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay? So why did I put this 20 cents away? I just wanted to make the math really easy. Because the next stage is, okay, I understand the concept. I get into a trade. I should know where I'm going to get out if it works, if it doesn't work. And this is going to help. This is going to share size you. Because when you get into a trade, you should also have a dollar amount that you're willing to risk. So if the trade works against you, you don't want to lose. You only want to lose a certain amount of money, a maximum amount. So in this particular case, and how much money you're going to risk per trade is going to be a correlation to your account size. If you have $5,000 into your account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. And again, I just wanted to do this to make the math super easy. So if you get into a trade at 333 and your stop is at 313, that happens to be 20 cents away, right? 20 cents. So what you would do is you would divide 20 cents into the $100 that you're prepared to lose if the trade works against you, and that will share size you. 20 cents into 100 equals 500 shares. And if you just reverse it, 500 shares times 20 cents, if you get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, equals $100. Okay? So that's really the basis behind it. Like what you don't want to do is risk $100 one trade, 200 the next, $50 the next, 300 the next, all over the place. Try to keep the amount you're risking about the same. You don't want to get into the pitfall also is if you risk that $100 the first trade and it loses, that you say, oh man, I better the next trade I better risk 200 so I can make back that loss, and then when it works, I'll be up 100. And then of course when it doesn't work, now you're down 300 and so on. Okay, so that's one concept. Now here's the other really, really important thing, which I hopefully will, I guarantee that you won't obey it at the beginning, but if you get hit enough, you will obey it. Because we all go through it. I've placed my stop rate here at 313, but I look and all of a sudden I get into the trade and it starts approaching my stop and I start second guessing my stop. I think, well, maybe my stop is too tight. Maybe I didn't quite understand where to put it. Maybe that wasn't really a support area. Maybe that area should be lower. So you start moving your stop down, okay? And it approaches your new stop price. And you keep moving it down. So all of a sudden, in this example, that $100 that you were willing to lose is now turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 because you will not obey your stop. So what you do to counteract that is you leave your stop in place and takes all of the emotion out. Well, you can use a percent if you want. I don't. I like to use a dollar amount, but I think that is the way to go. But so you leave this in place and it takes all of the emotion out of the trade. It hits your stop, you're out of the trade, case closed, okay? That's why, you really practice trading, okay? So you get used to the idea that not every trade is going to work. And when you get stopped out, you get stopped out and you move on. The other thing is that for all the reasons why you got into the trade in the first place, they may come back. Okay, so in other words, you may get stopped out and then maybe the stock price, maybe it rises back up to that area where you first got in and it's setting up well again, so you can always get back into the trade. The concept being that maybe you were just a little bit early and but now it's setting up again, so you can always get back into the trade. Okay, so that is I don't teach trading as such, but money management is so key. Meanwhile, I'm missing my UEC. I see UEC showed up on the options. Now, these are hotkeys, okay? So the STRM, so these are hotkeys that we have here. So if I want to get out of a trade, I just flatten it. I highlight the trade and I just flatten it, or I can get out of half my trade, or I can double. So look how well this STRM is working, okay? So, if I want to get out of half my position, I would just highlight it and I just click half. And so it just traded half. So I'm down to 250 shares. So what you're seeing here is the auto trading in action, okay? So I have taken my option plays, and when I get an alert, it'll take the trade automatically. And then what I do, what happens is, sometimes I just can't pay enough attention. I'm just sort of demonstrating. But if I'm paying attention and I'm treating this like real money, now I'm watching to see what's happening. Okay, and so I like to, if you're going to auto trade at all, my recommendation is, okay, if you want to auto trade entries, but manage the exits on your own. Meanwhile, STRM is just Severe rippage. Okay, again, guys, I'll be right back. Just give me a couple of minutes. All right, guys, so I'm going to flatten out of the UEC. Okay, I'm going to flatten out of the UEC. So what you're seeing here, and I want to explain a couple other things here. If you want to practice swing trading, using the simulator, if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. It'll carry over to the next day and so on. Okay, so you can practice swing trading. This is what happened here with the KMPH and the GOCO. They were actually, and actually the MBRV. These were carryovers from yesterday, and I exited them in the pre-market. Okay, and then of course these are all today's simulated trades right here. Now, I love this, the max P&L versus closed P&L and the distance from the exit price. So what this is telling me, for instance, the distance from the exit price, look at this, minus $2.49. What that's telling me is that from where I got out of KMPH, I exited at 1385. It's 250 underneath. It's great, right? That's what you want to see. You want to see, when you exit something, especially when you're long, you want to see like plus 250, which means that you're exited and it's tacked on $2.50 on top of where you exited. So you want to see a nice big negative number here. All this is doing, it should start to help you see whether or not you're exiting too soon on trades. The max P&L will also show you what this is telling me. Let's take a look at the UEC as an example. If I had been able to get out at the absolute max, I would have been up $342 instead of the 147. I mean, listen, it's not easy to get out right at the absolute top, of course, but what you don't want to see is just say that was a max $342 and you let this turn into a big negative. When by the time you exit, you're down $200 or something, okay? So the max P&L versus your closed P&L can also kind of show you how good are your exits. So I mean, it's a great way to practice trading. Can't emphasize it enough. Flatten, that's what flatten does. Flatten gets you out of the position. You just highlight the stock and then flatten gets you out of the position. And half gets you out of half. I flattened it. I got out of the entire position of the STRM. See, so it's 13 cents underneath. And again, this is all the simulator in action using our real-time data. My opinion on CANF is that it's been a disaster. I mean, the news looked pretty good. Obviously, it popped it up in the pre-market. I mean, it's still at 57%, but the market is just, is just selling this off. I mean, the news looked really good in terms of the number, the 42 million that everybody sees, and that's what popped it up. But I guess when you really dive into it, it did not sustain traders' interest at all. All right, guys. Well, I know some of you are following GME, so that's had a big, a big rebound so far. It's been pretty all over the place, down to 171, right back up to 203 now. You might want to keep an eye on AMC now, guys. AMC making a nice break right here. Okay, still down for the day. Had earnings a couple of days ago. Market reaction was pretty good. Not a couple of days ago, but March the 10th. Had a nice day yesterday with, theaters opening. So it's kind of trading on its own, not necessarily WSB guys, but theaters opening. Take a look at Cinemark, another big theater. So it's actually down a little bit today. Man, oh man, STRM. So see what's happening? So now it is 19 cents above where I exited. So I mean, if this turns into I'm just demonstrating how you use this. How you can use these hotkeys to get in and out of positions. AMC is really interesting now, guys. I mean, the pre-market. I mean, we had some highs up here in the pre-market, way up here at 13 or so. So it's over that whole number. That's actually, it looks like a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Boy, this is just a disaster here, this KMPH. NVAX, let's take a look at NVAX. I think that's a more expensive one. Yeah, I just sort of shy away from these, but yeah, I mean, obviously it's a virus play. So again, quick hitters, guys, quick hitters. mean, I'm talking about the UEC. APRE. Let's take a look at APRE. So look where it got to. It got to 660 or so, 653 in the high. Let's look left. 654. Amazing, isn't it? 642 here, but 654 right here. When you look left on the daily chart, and what did it get to? It got within a penny, and then it stalled. So if it can take this out, this 653 out again, I mean, then you have a shot maybe to the 7 level. So guys, what I did here, this is just the flip of the moving higher with unusually strong options. This is moving lower with unusually high options, okay? I just flipped it. And if you're unfamiliar with the concept of flipping something, so I can take this alert window, and if I want to flip it, in other words, flipping it meaning the only thing that will be flipped is all these filters will remain, but if a stock makes a new low with all these filters in place, then I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So if I first thing you do is duplicate the window, because you want to have this window still. And then if you right click, configure, and see where it says flip. Now, had some of these filters been flippable, in other words, let's just say I had a filter here that said stock has to be up 2% or 3% for the day. Then that, of course, can be flipped to say down 2% for the day, okay? None of these filters, though, can be what I call flipped. Not the filters, but the alert can be flipped. So if I flip it, see how that changes to a new low? So, I mean, it's just a time saver. You don't have to recreate all the filters that you've got in place. You just flip it and, probably give it a new name. That's what I did. That's what I did here. Give it a new name. So, for instance, look at KMPH. Had an alert at 12.11. What did it get down to? 11.16. So $1 off that move. So you can also use the unusual strong options to locate potential short plays. Okay, so now they're all over the long plays now, aren't they, Citron? Or is it Street Sweeper? I can't remember anymore if it was Street Sweeper or Citron that said, you know what, we're only going to focus on momentum trades now on the long side. Was it Citron? Okay. They had enough of being a short seller for a while anyway. Well, the GME, of course, really you know, kick them along with a lot of the other short sellers. So yeah, I know somebody was, I shouldn't say, I'm talking to myself almost, but I know somebody was talking about the quadruple U. This was one from yesterday, and it is continuing higher here. All right, guys. Well, things have definitely settled down a little bit here for me. So obviously not a bad day in the simulator. I was able to keep more attention. What's happened in the past is that, you know, these trades will come in auto trading and I just lose sight of them. But I was able to pay a little more attention today to it. So, you know, paying attention, you know, in the simulator, up $1,500 on these trades here. So again, if you're using the simulator to practice trading, you know, treat it like it's your real money. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just following a discussion we're having in our support group. All right. Okay, guys. Did trade ideas crash? Not my system did not crash. No, must be your computer. Got to be something on your end, Phil. It's definitely the system is working. So my only suggestion is to maybe contact our tech support if you're still having problems. I'll give you the home page. And make sure you give them your email address that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas, so they can check your account to see what. Okay. So if you think it's on your end, okay. So maybe this is legitimate news, guys, for BB, as opposed to just being a Wall Street bets play. So remember, guys, I've got the SLNO. I still have this little potential pullback. I really wanted to see if it would take the trade so I could show you how, you can put in an order below the price that you wanted to take the trade. Now the same thing applies because if you know ahead of time that you want to take this trade at $1.69, you have to know where your stop is also. So that would share size you at the beginning also. Boy, this is so this gap down at the beginning of the day, LC was really sinking and got down to 17 and now has popped right back up. LC, this could be interesting over the whole number. And the high of the day is right up here at 1830. It's had a great 2 week run. Like it started last week. March the 10th was earnings. And so this week was its earnings week. Great reaction and a continuation so far this week. Only 2 days, of course, this week. But great reaction so far. Well, it wouldn't base it at all. Okay. I don't know. I don't in stock. No, I don't. Wouldn't base it at all. Okay. But if you're going to use this for real, the simulator for real, and you're trying to short something, you should know whether or not your broker has shorts available. The simulator doesn't know because the simulator, again, it's using our real time data and it doesn't know who your broker is. It doesn't really care. So we get the question a lot. I mean, your broker. Yeah, but if you're going to use the simulator, if you're going to use it as if it was real money, you should check to see whether or not you have shorts available with your broker. And with interactive brokers, it's really easy to see. I can't speak to other brokers how you know whether or not there are shorts available. But if you're going to short something, and you're using the simulator as if it's real money, you should check to see whether or not you can short it. But the simulator can't know because, all brokers are different. My broker may have shorts, yours may not, and vice versa. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Gotta fill up the old water jug. Just a minute. All right, let's see. CPRX continues to move. Well, I don't see BASI here in my new high and low. So I mean, it really, it's hard for me to know. I mean, I can't do a check because I don't have BASI in my new highs and lows. Oh, I'm sorry. I see it's a low. Okay, sorry. Well, I'll probably tell you the reason because look at the volume. Remember, there's a volume minimum, 400,000 shares. In fact, I'm surprised and it's showing up. I think this one is a little bit different. I think I didn't. Yeah, so 300,000. That's probably the reason. See, the volume is 300,000 shares. It has to trade at least 300,000 shares. So at this point, it was right there. That was 301,000 shares. Okay, that's why you're not going to see a history. Make sense? Because before 1122, it had not traded 300,000 shares. So with that filter in place, doing a history, you're not going to see it. Okay, does that make sense? When you do a history, all the filters are in place. So before 1122, you will not see BASI if you do a history. Okay, so Abdullah, if I can try to understand your question, every day the AI goes through an optimization routine. So once the market closes today, the AI goes through an optimization routine over for the 70 baseline strategies that we have. So that's what happened last night when the market closed. These are the strategies that made the cut. You won't know what strategies make the cut until well, you won't know. We won't know tomorrow's strategies that made the cut until tomorrow. Well, yeah, I mean, if you took out the volume, then you would see BASI earlier, yes. But I'm not sure you want to do that. But if you took out the volume filter, you would see, BASI a lot earlier. So there's no preferable strategy. If I can answer your question again, the question was asking how do you know the preferable strategy today or tomorrow based on the AI? Okay, well, again, the AI works. Here are the strategies that made the cut today. These are, if you want to call them, they're all the preferable strategies for today. But out of all the strategies that made the cut, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe 13 strategies made the cut. Only 4 of those strategies actually produced an alert. These other ones, the filter requirements that are in these strategies did not produce any alerts. So hopefully that answers your question. It's not like these are not the preferable, these are just the ones that made the cut today. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut because, again, the AI goes through an optimization procedure for all of those strategies, and tomorrow you'll be presented with the ones that made the cut. Making the cut, without, getting too involved is just, the right profit factor, win percentage combination, and some other factors. But that's what the AI is always is based on. I don't trade ETFs. I don't trade ETFs. Okay. I just trade stock, common stock. Yes, I just trade ETFs. Sorry, I don't trade ETFs. And again, nothing wrong with trading ETFs. It's just not my style of trading. I'd rather find individual stocks that are kind of alpha stocks, ones trading on their own, rather than looking at an ETF. But that, that's not an indictment about trading ETFs. Yeah, I mean, if you believe that the airline industry is going to come back, I mean, obviously with jets, this is the ETF for the industry. And so then, Abdullah, the way to watch, this is what I was saying. Here's the only four alerts today. Now, this was a really good one. I mean, the SVRA, even though it's negative now, but remember at one point 261 on the alert, and what did I get up to? 364. I mean, that's awesome. That's over $1 on a 260 stock. The rest of them, but certainly this one right off the bat was a great alert. All right, guys. Well, the alerts have definitely dried up for me now. Not getting too many new ones. All right, guys. Well, as I say, not very many new alerts for me. LC, let's see what LC did from 1823. Not much. All right, this QD may be setting up again if it can take out the highs. But again, if you look left, 360 is the next high looking left on the daily chart, even if it breaks today's high at 324. That's not bad. I mean, if you can get in at 324 and it can get anywhere close to 360, that'd be a great percentage move. But I wish that weren't there, that's all. Yalla is continuing its nice move. It had the pullback here, but has continuing its nice move. It is a bit of a stagnant day right now. Yes, T Moon, I agree. So, but you know what? The afternoon can bring really interesting, especially in these ones. The gap continuation to reverse. Sometimes they just kind of stall for a while, and then in the afternoon they continue in the direction. So I kind of like taking a look at this gap continuation or reverse scan. And you never know, we might get the odd option plays also. Abnormal option activity. So I just, I'm not a person that has to be in a trade constantly. Mr. Real, good morning. Well, Lizzie's on the move still, guys. Lizi on the move still. When you look left, what do we see here? It looks like it just touched that high. Let's take a look at it again. Lizi. Yeah, look at that. So there's the high right there. It's 1450. It's right at 1450. And then after that, 1566 on that on the daily chart. Ooh, nap time for me too. What time is it? Ooh, 11:41, so we're getting close to my break. All right, guys, so here I am keeping track of how good were my exits so far. So, right now, STRM, so it's, 73 cents underneath where I exited, so that's good. UEC, 35 cents. ENZ, 46 cents. SVRA, 7. So far, you can kind of see the pattern, guys. These were all hot. These were all fast movers, and then they just gave it up. And where I got out, look, they did not continue. This is a great gauge of what's happening today. When you think about it, if that makes sense. These were all these stocks were really high flyers. Where I got out, they are way under, where I got out. Is what you want to see. Yeah, good exits for sure. And that's how, if you're using the simulator to paper trade, that's why keep track. Imagine if this were your real money. So we start off everybody with $100,000 in the simulator. However, this is what I would do. Let's just say you only had a $10,000 account. Trade like you've got a $10,000 account. So you're not going to take 20,000 shares of a dollar stock, okay? Look at LIZI, man, oh man. Severe rippage after the resumption. Oh, these are just days, Kareem. This is just today. New highs today, okay? These are all real-time alerts for today. So LIZI making a new, $15 right there. These are all intraday new highs or new lows. What you're seeing here is the don't repeat version of this. Notice that LIZI will repeat over and over and over again. if it makes a new high, what you see here is the first time it triggered. So at 11:43 with the filters in place, this was the first time it triggered, was at 1469. So I can go back here, SSY, the first time it triggered was at 932. The price was 411. I mean, obviously awesome, because there's a 411 alert at 932. What did it do afterwards? Well, man, it got all the way up to 7 something. Okay, so that's why I like to have this. Same thing here in this watch list. This is the first time, there was a trigger for SVRA. So I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, what did it do? I got an alert at 9:45 and price was 351. What did it do afterwards? Well, again, it got up to 358. As I said, because I put a delay of 15 minutes on, I figured this was going to be pretty extended, and that's what happened. Wow, LIZI is just crazy ripping now. But that's why I like to have the don't repeat, and it's really simple to put. We have an option here. If you go to properties and then don't repeat. So right click on the window, and now we have a selection of either don't repeat for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day. So that's what I've done. I put it for the day because I want to see the very first time it was alerted, what happened afterwards. And that's what these blue arrows are all about that you see. So on the different time frames, so you can see there's a blue arrow. That's on the 15-minute chart, that's where it occurred. On the 5-minute chart, there's where it occurred. On the 2-minute chart, there's where the alert happened. Oh, you're more than welcome, Kareem. Yeah, I think they, I don't even look at the channel, of course, but somebody said they did, has a different look to it now. Yeah. I'm hoping they just get rid of it, to be honest. All these different versions. It makes no sense to me anymore. Why not just have this one window, track the alerts? Who cares if it's coming from Neo or Grail or to me? This to me just completely uncomplicates it all. Yeah, well, hey, listen, I mean that's got to be the reason. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the cutesy names. The reason being is that somebody, well, what is shall we play a game? What is it supposed to be? So I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the cutesy names that some seem to like. The powers that be that seem to like at Trade Ideas, but that's just me. Well, yeah, look at life, guys. Life is alive. I mean, this is really, yeah, look at the volume that has just come in. I know this is probably ripe for a short, but yeah, I see Echo. I have your scan reel. My favorite song is playing. All right, guys. So 11:49. So I am going to pop the link in for YouTube because I'll be taking a break in about a little less than 10 minutes, and Steve Gomez will be taking over in our YouTube room. And Steve, again, is the originator of all the trades of the week. And so I'm just going to put the link in. No, Canadian National Anthem. I know all the words, though. I do know all the words. Sure, you're watching KE Real. I'm sure you were watching that. Take a look at root. Okay, I'm asked the question, would I be looking at root if it took out? Wow, but I mean, it really, yeah, but if you're talking about taking it now on a bounce play, I mean, right now, there's no bounce yet. I mean, it's still in a downward trend. I mean, this looks like it could even go negative. It's a low float too. 15 million in the float for $11 stock. That's pretty low. You can hope maybe this holds. This 1150 holds here, but at this point, a little bit of a bounce here on the 2 minute. But to me, there's no sign that this is going to bounce. And even if it bounced, to me, there's a lot of resistance right around 12. Look at that 15-minute chart. To me anyway, looks like there'd be a lot of resistance around 12 for it. Did I see TMDX? No, I don't think I did. I didn't think TMDX showed up. Oh, maybe earlier. Oh, I think I have a price. What did I put? I think I put a price. Oh no, it. Well, I guess it might have shown up. It's hard for me to pay attention to these ones early on in the day. Definitely start paying attention to them a little bit later. Yeah, if I can give it to you, I think it's this one, the above 15-minute. But yeah, I can give it to you. Just let me unpin it first. I haven't made any changes to it, so. Oh, you've modified it from here? Okay, let's take a look at it. Ah, so greater than 6. So you've made the little change here. Okay. Why not? Ah, so you added the relative volume. I see. So it won't work in the pre-market now. So what do? You take it if you want to trade pre-market, then you just take it out? Because before you didn't have a relative volume at all. Okay. Yeah, what I was doing, oh, and I better put my little sound alert on it. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:56. So I'm just waiting. I just want to confirm that it is Steve in the room today. I'm pretty sure it's going to be him. Life is up because Roth Capital maintained a little target of $16 to $20. Why not? Were you kidding, Zach, or did you know the answer? I'm not sure if you were kidding. All right, guys. Well, actually, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. There's your KE reel. Had an alert at 2904 on the, well, 2004, I should say. So some of these are, they're very quick hitters, but in and out quickly. Aha! So see, guys, it took the trade, right? Remember, I had this SLNO. I was demonstrating how you can put a price in underneath the current price to take it on maybe a pullback. And so it took SLNO right there. That's why it's in. Just one moment, please. So now at this point, if I don't like it, I don't have to trade it. In fact, what I'm going to do, I just wanted to demonstrate, I'm going to flatten out of the trade. Just get out of the trade. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube room. I'm running out of space here. It does help, yes. All right, so Steve, I see that you're in the room, so I'm going to stop my streaming. So I'll see you guys around 12:30.
Okay. All right. You should have ears and eyes on me now. Bit of a delay when Barry hands off to me. I'll just wait and make sure I hear my voice on YouTube. Then I'll put that on mute and then I'll say hello to all of you. All right, great. There we go. Just working with the 30-second delay or so that I have. All right, I heard my voice, so I know you guys can hear me. I know you guys can see my screen. Just getting all set up here. Let me grab my Epic pen for illustration purposes. We'll get started. All right. Well, if I was going to start off on my broad observations, I mentioned last week and in webinars that this broadening megaphone pattern in the S&P was going to resolve itself one way or the other, and we would know soon enough. And we got 5 days later. It didn't take long. It resolved itself, and we are moving higher out of this cone of shame here that your dog gets when they goes to the vet. That is the story for the broader market. As I mentioned yesterday in my webinar, the Nasdaq technology is bringing up the rear. It's not playing the leadership role that it had once played, and that's what we see when we have what we call rotation. Probably a word you guys have heard a lot of the last week. Rotation out of technology, electric vehicles, Tesla. Rotation out of that stuff into the more generic stuff that we've always been familiar with: retail, energy, travel, airlines. I mentioned that last week. I said, keep an eye on the airlines, guys. And that was, that's what it looked like when I said that. Nice washout, and it's just moved much higher. Airlines and hotels, they're kind of tipping their hand, maybe showing a bit more of optimism for a lot of reopening, even though they've done a pretty good job of holding on over the last year, I should say. So, I don't have a whole lot to add today. I mean, I see people are filing in here from Barry's handoff, and the primary concept of this session is for support, customer support, user support. Can you show me how to? We can definitely do those types of things. So I'll just wait for your cue. Notice the new lovely graphic design here on our AI channel. A little bit more attractive to the eye. But what catches my eye is there's only 4 trades on here, which is kind of interesting. Don't see that too often. Let's take a look at them. Oh yeah, boy, this was fast mover. And then, just as I say often, um, right here, this 10 period moving average really should have held if the stock was going to bounce, but it bled through it pretty hard, and it's trying to fight its way back through it there. So let's look at how the 10 period moving average shapes up on the other one. Okay, so this is a short indicated by the arrow down. And if the trade was not going to work, then the price would have bounced right there and it would have indicated momentum is still moving higher. Probably best to get out of that short, ideally, at the entry. But it didn't. It did what we hoped it would do as a short seller on this trade. It bounced and it did not bounce. It bled through and is staying through. So, illustrating what we often try to say is that the AI is certainly an interesting tool. It's interesting for newer traders who are looking for ideas. I, myself, and most of the guys here, we know what we're looking for, so we don't use the AI in our swing trading or any of our other methods. But for newer traders, and there's a lot of them, who are coming into this fire hose of information and data, you can use the AI for the value of the entry. It gives you an idea. So it's automatically taking off the table, gee, what do I focus on? What do I trade? The AI, it does give that to you. But there is where it really ends. And what I mean by that is if anybody's coming up saying, hey, this is pretty cool, I'm just going to spend some time programming what I want my risk tolerance to be on this AI. And then I'm going to drive to my other job, and this thing's going to print money for me, and I'm going to retire 5 years earlier. That is not the way to look at it, and it won't work that way. So I'm going to set the bar low for you. What I'm getting at is it still requires a human element of trade management and risk management. And what I'm always trying to instill upon people is to use the 10-period moving average, as I've been talking about here a little bit, especially in that last trade. So Holly, the AI, doesn't really care where the 10 SMA is. It's back tested numerous times to know where an exit based on some simple criteria going into the trade. But what it doesn't do is adjust the stop, adjust the risk management in real time as new information comes to us. That is a nuance that really only our brains as a human can still do much better than the AI. So again, it's a symbiotic relationship. If you're new and you're trying to figure out how to use this AI, let it suggest trades to you in real time. But don't get out because the AI got out. Get out for your own reasons, and don't let the trade stop you out where the AI suggested the stop be out on the initial entry. Let your risk management tell you when to stop out. So let's see if we can find an example of a good stop out that might override the AI's entry. Okay, so this one is developing. Here's our entry right there on that blue line. Okay, it is now bled below the blue line, but here is our AI suggested stop. Here is my suggested stop as a human. Okay, do you see how much money you could avoid by not getting frozen in time and not trusting your own decision? That's some of the reasons people don't want to manage their own risk, is they don't trust themselves. They don't want to trust their own decisions. Well, I am giving you something that is extremely simple in nature, extremely binary in nature. Is the trade, which is a long, is it going to bounce off of this momentum moving average? If so, yes, stay in trade. If said trade bleeds below and closes, and that's the operative word I'm going to say here, when it closes below, not a tick below, not 2 minutes below, and then bounces back up and you go, oh man, in hindsight, I should have stayed in that. That's why I say the qualifier is, did the 15-minute candle close below the rising 10 SMA on this time frame? That's all you need. Sorry. Lost my train of thought there. I had to put it on mute for a moment. So the trade becomes binary. As I said, oh, look, we just got a new candle. Okay, there's our new 15-minute candle. So we're still in trade management mode here. Hopefully, we have 15 minutes to decide. Again, closing price only is what matters to me. Is this next candle going to close above or below this line? And that's your risk management. So step one, let the AI serve you an idea. Step two, you manage the trade yourself. If you do that, you will perform better than the AI because we're seeing it. We're seeing it in the data. It's not uniform because everybody's different. But in the feedback we're getting from support is that, yeah, if I'm just managing these trades better, I am getting some better results. And the AI will get out of trades for a couple different reasons. Some of them are just simply a time stop. Now, in this case, it looks like these trades, we're only looking at 3 hours. I think am I missing one? No, that's it. That's 4 trades. So all of these trades are going to get out in 3 hours, what looks like towards the end of the day. that's not a good reason to get out. That's just the time limit, the time constraint of the AI. There's nothing to say that you can't hold these things all day, and then if they close on highs, maybe you want to take it home as a swing trade. People often ask that. Well, can AI serve up swing trade ideas? Yeah, we just never really know 5 minutes after the entry if it's going to develop into a swing trade. But if this one, for instance, turned around and bounced off my line and closed back up here at highs, that might be one to hold for follow through tomorrow. Let's look at the final example here, and it looks like, perfect example. Okay, so there's our long, and in this case, we didn't really get much above the long, so there wasn't much happy period. Mostly pain in this trade, and that's going to happen. However, the AI suggests that you still be in this trade down here, even after we got a closing candle below our risk management line, the 10 SMA. So again, you're saving roughly all this nonsense because we've pretty much determined in real time that the momentum did not hold where we expected the momentum to hold, which would be pretty much right off that line. We had 3 instances where we held, should have bounced. We could have stayed in that trade and tried to make the best of it, but it didn't. It broke. So rather than wait for everybody to run to the exits at once, we just kind of step up and get out of our seat and slowly head for the exits and avoid more pain than everybody else. So I hope that makes sense with a couple of simple examples here. Yeah, I see some questions coming in, so let's say hello. Hi, Sam. All right. Poolman 732. Can you take a look at RMTI? I don't see any new news to move it higher. So for me, before I even pull it up, I say the chart has to confirm the story. As long as the chart confirms the story, I'm interested. If there's just news and there's just hope and we're just waiting for PR, that makes it difficult. So let's pull up RMTI and see what the footprints in the sand tell us. Starting with the daily. Daily chart sold off back here. Nice bottoming candle, which took out those lows, which is I'm just going to start with the bigger picture here. Okay. Algorithms like to come back and test these levels and see if they can shake the trees. And then if they reverse off those levels, can usually be a multi-day base. And in that case, it was. But we're not interested in hindsight. I see a couple of days of sideways action, riding a flattening 10-day moving average, also a very good sign. And then a nice push today. And most of the volume came in here recently, so there must have been some news that did come in. So now, also notice, which I've used a lot lately, is this 130 period 15-minute candle, which equates to basically using a 5-day moving average on my 15-minute perspective. You can kind of see how that's come into play here, so that's also positive. So maybe the short sellers just realized they're on the wrong side of the lifeboat and they just took off. Or there's news. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to kind of read the tea leaves of what's happening here. So now the order of the day as we zoom into real time essentially is what I was just talking about. This moving average needs to hold throughout the day. Sideways is ideal. That usually shows strength. But a pullback can be accepted also. All right. Nothing really too bad to say about it. I would love to see the closing candle, but we can't see that for 3 hours. So if this thing can close above highs or at highs, it's back above all moving averages, and that could be the beginning of something. Don't see any new news. Okay, so there's no news, Poolman. So maybe it literally is just as I said. Technical traders that were on the short side that fully expected that bounce to give way and kind of roll back over. Well, it's not. And so it's holding this 5-day moving average. It might just be technical in nature, nothing more complex than that. Hello, Gain. I am doing well. Tuesdays are a long day. Have a couple webinars, but I do like helping people and going over these things. There's a lot of new traders in the market, and the sooner you can get rid of bad habits and start simplifying things and looking at the technicals, you can start to take the learning curve a bit steeper. All right. Want to build a scan for something like PAHS. What's going on here? Okay, so run up, come down, and create support, and then start moving back up. I want to catch them when they start to move up again on the daily. Well, I mean, when do you want to be alerted? My first thought is, if you want to be alerted right here, I can try and help you. And the reason that's interesting is because this is where our moving average is that we've been talking about. Now, the webinar I'm going to do this afternoon is actually very similar in this vein, looking for stocks that are catching the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So I'm not really sure when you want to see something like this gain. Obviously, it had a big move up. How much is it up on the day? It's up 10% on the day. So you want to start to kind of back into these things. It's up 10% on the day. Okay, that's probably important to know. What's it been doing the last, 60 minutes? It's been kind of going sideways. Okay, that's something to know. And then lastly, as I said, if we want to be alerted at that 10 SMA, well, then we can even drill into that even more. All right, so you're thinking more something on the daily. The only thing we can do for consecutive candles is identify, I want to see 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles. Well, if you wanted to see 4 green candles on the daily chart, you can do that. The only thing you need to understand is how to use that filter. Let me find a filter for you. Just go to search consecutive days. It's this filter right here. So if you wanted to see 4 consecutive days, you just put 4 in the minimum, and that tells us the stock was up at least 4 days in a row. So coming into this day right here, the stock was up 4 days in a row and was satisfied. So anything happening this day, it's already looking back and making sure and saying, well, we have to have been up 4 days in a row before anything happens on this day that I become interested. So hopefully that answers your question there, Gain, that you were asking about on consecutive green candles on the daily. March 9th. Well, I do have something that that tries to catch things that had those. But the problem is pretty much every stock chart had the same candle on this day right here, that washout candle. I mean, it really kind of depends on what is the stock doing in the moment that you want to see it. I mean, we can have a top list. You can build a top list T window and say, show me all the stocks that have been up 4 days in a row. But then you take the filter of one of the columns on that and you go change from the close. And all of a sudden you start to sort the ones that are up the most or down the most coming into a day where you had 4 consecutive candles. That might be another approach for you there, Gain. All right, I see Sam has a question. I'd like to build a scan based on the fallen angel strategy, which is essentially a damn stock which had high volume at the pre-market and sold off on the open with potential for reversal. I can send the prototype. Well, Sam, again, maybe you guys are starting to just sniff out what it is I like to talk about in the afternoon. I am going to talk about something like that. And I hate to give away too much of my content for today, but here's the genesis of how content can be established for me on a Tuesday looking for something to talk about. All right, I see you qualifying that gain. I'll get back to that in a second. This morning, Chris in our Trader Back channel said, shit, I forgot real networks. See how I've already drawn an arrow there? How like real networks gapped up, and not only that, but it's been up, a lot in the last 5-6 days here, Wouldn't it be nice to, when Chris said, "Shit, I missed real networks." Well, we could build a scan that might alert us to something like when a stock is up, but you're waiting and waiting and waiting for that magic line that I've been talking so fervently about all morning as a level of support, and in this case could be a level of entry, a low risk level of entry. A high risk level of entry is to chase the opening up here, the gap opening. That's a high risk because you're just asking to be the guy who sells the shares into the hands of somebody who's laying in wait for something like that. So I've already given it a name, the safety net. What did you call it? The fallen angel. Okay, maybe I like fallen angel better, but the safety net is the area of which my alert, my attention, that's what I'm looking for, of which my attention is focused at the moment in time of that moment, of that point of interest. So all I really did was hang on one second, let me just see something here. Interesting. All right, so all I really did was say I want to see new low. I want to see the stock can gap all at once, but it can gap no more than 10%. All right. All right. So, and then it makes a new low. Oh, the change in 5 days. I said, hey, this thing has to be doing well. So it's up at least 5% in the last 5 days. However, here's where the fallen angel, maybe you'll want to modify this to your own liking, Sam, but here's where the fallen angel part comes in. In the last 15 minutes, or for any time period for that matter, if you want to do fallen angel in the last 5 days, you would do something like this. But in the last 15 minutes, the stock has to have been down at least 3% in the last 15 minutes. I put a -3 in the maximum column to achieve that, and I check my work with that button. And the new low, again, is my event, new low on the day, but that new low will only appear on my screen at 0.05% above the 10 SMA and no less than 0.05% below. So I've got a 0.1% window in which I'm going to see that event, that alert. Ta-da, and there it is. And wouldn't you know it, when I was scanning, I created this alert, I popped it in, and the very first thing that popped up, or I should say the very last thing that came, was Chris's dilemma of I missed real networks. So there it is. That's my content for this afternoon, but I'll go ahead and share that right now. What did I call that? Safety net. So I will pop that into the chat. All right, so gains, qualifying. I know, Steve, I just want to catch them after falling down and have only one green consecutive day. Well, I know you gave me an alert, or you gave me a symbol, which was PHAS. And let me study that again. You told me it was March 9th. Okay. There's the 11th. There's the 10th. And there's the 9th. So let's do this. Where on March 9th, in my 15-minute candles, did you want to see this? I only want to see them after falling down and one green day. Okay, so we can do one consecutive green day instead of 4. That would be the filter minimum for that. But I will just sip my water and wait and see where you tell me where you really want to see the event, because we have to program an event, usually new high, new low, new 5-minute high, new 5-minute low, something like that, to call our attention to something that you're seeing. Otherwise, I'm afraid there's just too many stocks that would appear on a top list with no event. So again, that was the 10th. There's the 9th. Where are we looking to? So again, what I need is I need more than just it was up one consecutive day. I guess I'm just not getting enough information as to what we need. Because you're telling me you wanted to see it on this day. Okay, I have a feeling that what you're gonna say, I want to see the event would be a new high after 15 minutes of open with the green consecutive day. Okay, so my concern is you're gonna see a lot of things, but it doesn't mean we can't explore the process behind it. Opening range break. Up. Range. 15-minute opening range breakout. I'm going to suggest try using not a new 15-minute high, but this will tell you. So when the market opens, we have a 15-minute range that will be set with a low and a high. And then on the 15-minute and 1 second mark, our range has been set. So once that range is broken throughout the day, it could take another half an hour before that first 15-minute range is broken, you'll be notified as the event. But from there, you'll want to use that consecutive days. I have a feeling one consecutive day might not be good. You might want to use 2 or 3. Just a thought on that one. So that might be a way for you to approach that dilemma. You said something else. Or the entry is to take out the previous day. Okay, now we can expand on that. Or the entry would be to take out the previous day's green candle high. How would we do that? Let's go back. Forget the opening range breakout. We'll keep our new high. But in this case, we're going to do, just type in previous position and previous day's range. There's our golden filter right there, position and previous day's range. If we take that filter and we understand that yesterday's range equals 0 is yesterday's low, 100 is yesterday's high. Well, if we put the 100 in the minimum, we can do that. That means anything above 100 is above yesterday's high only. And you could definitely keep the alert from being way too busy by saying no more than 105% above yesterday's high, or 103 or 102. So that way you're not getting a ton of new highs. You're only seeing, and this is probably a much better way. I'm glad you qualified that. This is probably a much better way to approach this. So you could have new high, position in previous day's range, and then you could even put consecutive day, 2 green days if you needed to do that. That might really slow things down, in my opinion, for you. All right, hello, Mike C. Somebody was complaining about, yeah, a little bit of a pullback, big deal. What's GameStop doing? GameStop, big old bottoming tail, perhaps. Caught the intraday 10 period and trying to hold on to it. All these EV plays, not cutting it. Ride, FUV, the drone play. Look at this. This was a play I loved when it was working in the fall. Big push there in December. Another follow push, and again, the electric vehicles were doing great. This is a drone, and people were like, hey, this is going to be Amazon's new drone delivery. Well, maybe, but when you look at the footprints in the sand, this is all I see now. A big bounce at the 200, nice bottoming tail. But that bounce is being sold, and it's being sold very meticulously at the 20-period moving average, which is starting to slope down, I might add. So now this thing is going to be pinched between these two moving averages. It's either going to have to show its true colors and move higher, or it's going to continue and bleed. All right, I think we're caught up on the questions. If anybody has any, I'll be here another 20 minutes and we can look at anything you guys want. Oil's been really holding on, really holding on. Now, sometimes commodities can go longer than people can remain sane. This is almost a doubling in price. Wow. But the point is, what I'm seeing here is we're at that critical level. Now the 10-day SMA, in my opinion, works just as good as the 10 period on a 15-minute chart. And the 20-day works as what I call the backstop. All right? When the 10 SMA, which is the momentum line, anything above the 10 SMA is in a movement that I would call momentum. The 20 period, if the 10 period breaks, which we had 2 instances here, if the 10 period breaks, I call the 20 period my backstop, and the backstop holds. This will hold true for any instrument, whether it's a commodity or Bitcoin or a stock, real estate. It just seems to hold that. But what I'm seeing right here now is that sideways action. Okay, nothing wrong with it, but which way is it going to resolve? Is it going to resolve in the same direction as the trend? Odds would favor yes, but we're at that critical moment here where it's getting entangled and snared in the rising 10 SMA. So is oil, the ETF of oil, is it going to hold its strong trend here? I don't know. I'm in a small stock that is involved in drilling. Okay, drilling oil. Well, if the oil continues to stay at high price, they're going to drill as much of it as they can. But I'm going to like I said, I'm going to let price confirm the story. Okay, the story is there. The price in this little $1.25 drilling company showed some life, and it's showing me consolidation here. But it's at the point today where if it wants to close down here near lows where that blue, that's why I've got that price alert in there, guys, so I can say, towards the end of the day, if this thing wants to creep down and close near this blue line, guess what? I'm out. As a swing trader, that's my out. Just like I told you on a 15-minute chart, if I get a closing price below my key moving averages, that's my cue to quietly get up from my seat and walk to the fire exits and hope nobody else notices, and also hope that it's not too soon. But that's just that's my rule. It's one of my rules as a swing trader. All right, let's see here. I've had some. Okay, great. We've had some questions. No, Isaac, I did not see. Okay, Isaac, there you go. I got you. I see you now. I scrolled back. Is there a column that I can add to the window that shows the rate of volume acceleration in real time? Yes, there's two of them. You can see I like to use the volume 5 minutes. It's expressed in percentages. So something that's going to have really good volume today, likely one of our I, AI trades. Perfect. All right. Currently, we've got relative volume, which is one of them, and we've got 5-minute volume. Relative volume is always shown on a single stock window. You can add it to a column. You can sort by it by double clicking, or you can scan for it and say, I only want to see stocks doing relative volume of 2 or higher. What that means is stocks doing 2 or higher on relative volume, kind of like you said in your question, the stock is going back 10 days for this time of day. That's the operative word. For this time of day, 1243, how's this stock doing in relation to what it normally has done for this time of day going back 10 days? Well, in this case, Savra is doing 292 times normal. Now, we can drill down to the 5-minute. Same thing. It's going to sample the last 5 minutes, trailing 5 minutes. And the last trailing 5 minutes in relation to what it normally does for a trailing 5-minute candle on that name. It's expressed in percent. So this is doing 1,000, 1,500% for a 5-minute candle. So those are two filters that you can use, Isaac, to try and gauge how is the volume coming in. Is it coming in quickly? How is it in relation to what it normally does? All right. Where does the idea for the trade of the week come from? Usually, Brian, it comes from the A table. And I can just give this to you. I can sort it by short float. You can see that's the colorization. Hey, AMC, look at that. Still has 45% short the float. Probably could have picked this for trade of the week, but I didn't. But look at that. Hey, our momentum line is holding this thing. Odds favor that this one might be maybe one of the diamonds here in the A table because of the 45% short the float. iRobot, I've seen some people like that. Oh, look at that. Breaking out of the daily, and this might have a bit more to go because of the short squeeze that could happen. Go to the intraday and look at that. It's holding my momentum line intraday. How about that? So I will give this one out as well through a cloud code there for David and anybody else who wants it. Yeah, that's exactly how I use it, David. Short term, couple of days, a day and a half is what I call my perfect swing trade. Day and a half. Sometimes you get that real big juicy move in one day, you're up 10%. The candle closes on highs. That's day number 1 for me. I'm always going to take that trade into the next day because you're either going to get a gap up or some nice follow through buying into day number 2. Day number 2 can usually be short lived. I might be at least out of half of it after the first hour, maybe even sooner, and then see if I can let the second half ride. All right, so I think I missed a couple of questions, so I'm going to try and circle back and hit them. There's the A table. Oh, not a day or a few days down on markets long term like months. David, I don't have anything for long term. The longer you go out, the harder it really is to to quantify. That's why my favorite period is that day and a half. I can really gauge the momentum and surf the market in that time frame. It's very hard to predict something that's going to run for 3 or 4 months. You just have to continually gauge it and manage it along the way. How can I use trade ideas to determine my favorite strategy? Musa, Trade Ideas can help you look for your favorite strategy. It's not going to tell you what your favorite strategy is. So your first step is going to be to decide, do I want to be a 1 minute super fast scalper, or do I want to do what I'm doing? I was just talking about with David. Do I want to hold for a day and a half? If that's the case, then some of these scans that I'm giving out here are certainly designed for that, to show me what I want to see when I want to see it. Okay, stop on the 10 SMA or the 15 in. I assume somebody was talking about the QQQ there, Sam, on the 10 SMA or the 15. Oh, yeah, see how it kind of bled? Maybe that's what you're talking about. It kind of, once it bled through here, it didn't hold its momentum for the day. It's a bit tired. So yeah, that's probably what you're talking about. Okay, if you want to see anything related to, I would say, accumulation distribution, or Bollinger Bands, or debt to income ratio, anything that you're interested in, go to the configuration window, go to the search tab, and then type in what you're interested in. Accumulation. Doesn't look like we have anything for accumulation. Let's try distribution. Okay, both of those keywords are not showing up, so we don't scan for any of those indicators or any of those technical data points. So sometimes that'll happen when you look in there. You're not going to see what you like. And I'm not familiar with Stock Fetcher. Isaac, is there a column that I can add to the window that shows the rate of volume acceleration? Okay, I think that's the one we just did. It would be quite useful on low float stocks that are experiencing real time. Wolfram, how do you see the trade of the week developing? Okay, so probably another great example of why I like to have a short-term bias in the market. All right, the trade of the week in UA, if it was in a perfect world, you had a nice entry down here, but we didn't have our entry down here. We had our entry up here. But you can see how when things get in motion, 1, 2, 3 days at the most before they're taking a breath. So how I see the trade of the week, I see it taking a breath. It didn't want to get too far ahead of itself. Also, the day isn't over. This thing could move back up close to $20 and put a nice bottoming tail on today's candle and shape up nicely for the next day or two. It could go sideways for a day or two. But the key element is once again going to be, how is this 10 period, which it held 2 days ago, going to come in play as the stock develops? And again, as we get new data, the human being is better at maximizing and adjusting our risk management. So what I would like to see is that for just blast back to highs today. What I'm seeing in reality is that it's due a simple pullback. It's still above our entry point for the most part. And I think it's just a great example and a great illustration of patience as a virtue when it comes to swing trading. If you've got something you can do, some emails to write to turn your attention, and then you look back again an hour later and it's up here 1990, well, that, it's just a constant reminder of how we can talk ourselves out of good trades. I'm still guilty of it. I talk myself out of good trades all the time, which is why I try to harp on the closing candle of a daily chart, as I said earlier on that Bohr trade. If it shows me a closing candle at the end of the day that is below the moving averages and on lows, I'm going to want to get out. I'm not going to want to stay in that one. It's just how it goes. So let's wait and see what it looks like at 3:55 this afternoon Eastern Time. And that's when I make all my decisions. Do I stay or do I go? Because I have found that as a swing trader, more often than not, when I get in the moment and I'm frustrated, I'm just going to get out of this one. And I get out of these red candles in the first hour of the day. That's when strong stocks are the weakest. All right, let me say that again. Strong stocks are the weakest in the first hour of the day. That's when the algos and the weak stuff, that's when they're trying to flush out the weak hands, take your shares and move the stock back higher throughout the day. That's just what they do. And that's why that's the anatomy of a bottoming tail. If this thing grinds back up to 20, we're going to have a nice bottoming tail on that candle. And that's nice to see. So my point is, I've learned to try and not make my risk management decisions, get in, get out, stop here, stop there, sell, can't take it. Usually I'm fed up. I just get out because I don't want to deal with it anymore. And I still wind up regretting those. But waiting till the end of the day to see what the candle looks like is going to keep you in better trades. It's going to keep you in the winning trades. Nothing worse than getting out in the first 30 minutes of the day only to see that just rip higher. And that's the concept of you guys that have been following me. That's the jam down by that first 30, 45 minutes of the day. That's when the algorithms are stuffing strong stocks down into the 10 period simple moving average or the 10-day moving average. And that's where if you start to think like a contrarian and you're buying when the herd is selling and you take that position and it turns for you and all of a sudden it runs for you, and a day and a half later in my world, I'm selling when they're buying. And if you can just do that, it all works out in the end. If you're constantly watching what the herd is chasing and then you chase along with the herd, you're never going to get separation from the crowd, and you're just going to grind yourself into frustration. Isaac, here's the deal on the 1 minute and 5 minute. The 1 minute and 5 minute are available. Watch what I do here. This is an alert window. It's an A window. So if I go to configure an alert window and I search for 1 minute volume, notice that I have that filter available to me. There it is. No, volume 1 minute. I'm sorry. Volume 1 minute. Let's try that 1 minute volume. There we go. Volume 1 minute. Perfect. Hey, that's our off-the-shelf stock trade ideas volume 1 minute. Perfect. So yes, you can add that. You can either filter it or just come right here and click show column. That will just immediately throw up a column in your scan. But if I go to the top list format, the T window, and we go to configure, and I go to search for that 1 minute volume, you'll notice it's not there. Literally, it has to be a custom formula. All right, just disregard these because these are, you see volume 10 minute, volume 15 minute, but those are customs. And so in order to have a 1 minute volume filter on your top list window, it requires a little bit of extra work to create a custom formula. So if you're looking for it on an A window, no problem. Both 1 and 5 are there, and you can add columns to monitor them. If you're looking for the top list window, only the 5 minute. And some people will do that. They'll say, hey, of all my top list symbols here in the A table, let's do that just for fun. We would go to search. We would grab 5 minute volume, and we would just, like as I said, show column. All right, column is in there. Let's go find it. There it is. And I can drag it over here so we can see it. 5 minute volume. What if I double click that? Okay. Oh, so all of a sudden, this name is doing, okay, Rite Aid is doing 5 times normal volume. Contrarily speaking, these guys down here are asleep. So this is one other way in which you can use that 5 minute volume filter in any top list window, double click it and see of all the names I've got going, which ones are most active right now. All right, hope that made sense. A table. Okay, so yes, we have RSI, we have MACD. We have very limited MACD. I would direct you more towards RSI. That's more of our popular filter, and because we can do that on many different time frames. So people will use RSI. For instance, I could say, show me a new low, and I only want to see a new low today when the RSI on the 15-minute RSI is below 20. Or conversely, on the daily RSI, only show me a new high when the RSI is under 25. Or maybe let's do something like a minimum of 20 and a maximum of 30. So I only want to see new highs in that little price band or that little range of 20 to 30 on the RSI. So strong stocks, but oversold on the daily. I think that's what I'm trying to get at there. Yeah, give that search tab a try, Musa, and if we have it, it'll be in there. Okay, Phil, I've been looking for something exactly like your strategy as I want to start off as a swing trader. All right, well, if there's something I didn't share with you yet, Phil, that you want to see, let me know. Other than that, that's just my words of wisdom. I like to go back to this example because I have horrible exits in a lot of trades, but I've got some decent ones too. And this UAVS was one that I just nailed 3 times, and it illustrates very well why I like the day and a half rule. So people were talking about UAVS, and I think I noticed that day right there. And I probably got long there we go. I think I got long this day right here. Sat through. Okay, there was my day one, and I guarantee you I was a seller probably right around here. And I probably even sold more, half and half. And that was it. That's all I wanted because I've seen way too many times when the price comes back to the rising moving average. I mean, let's face it, guys, that was a giant separation. Our 10-day moving average is down here at 3 and change, and this thing went up at 5. I know I didn't participate above 5. I was like, I'm out of here at 5. Great trade, super happy. Then I'm kicking myself, but there's no regrets in trading. I told myself, that's okay. This thing will set up again. I'm not going to ever chase something like that. I got my day and a half move. That's all I really wanted. Oh, starting to set up again. And then, actually right there, this was a trade of the week. And then the very next day, it closed below. The trade of the week never triggered immediately, but guess what? It came back, and later in the week, on a Thursday, it triggered. I was involved in this one, I think. Yes, I was involved in that one. Let me go back. But I was only involved for a day and a half. All right, there was my day one. I mentioned earlier, I love those green candles. If you take that big green candle, day one, day two, into day two, you're going to get some follow through. I didn't get much. I looked left. I guarantee you I was all out of it by that prior high. I participated in day one and partially of day two, but then I was out because there was a reason. First day I was out because $5 was my reason. All right, but again, this is a day and a half. This is my swing for trading ultimate time frame. If I can get this, I will be a happy man every time. The third one was my favorite. All right, the stock set up again beautifully, and the day I was in was right there. End of the day, I noticed the stock tried to sell off, popped back up into the range. We had 3 days of closing above the resting moving average. I call this a bird in the hand. It's getting ready to possibly take flight. I took it home, and the next day, if I can get to it, hang on here. My trade ideas just froze. It does that sometimes when I'm broadcasting. Come on. Okay, there it is. What a beauty. Okay, um, day one, right there. Day two, I looked left. I saw resistance. I was out at that resistance. Here's that brief momentary lapse of regret that I thought, oh, why didn't I stay in for more? But as it many times works out, once it gets ahead of itself, it comes back, and I've been happy. So this is a very few instance where my day and a half thesis worked 3 times pretty well in the same name, and I've been searching for that same elusive trade. All right, guys, it's 10 o'clock. I'm running over, so I'm going to go ahead and bring Barry back in. Thanks for your time. And Phil, on the day and a half strategy, include trading after hours? No, it only includes. I want the next day to open up. I want the next day to open up and see how much follow through is coming through. Many times you'll get that 5 or 6% gap. I'll take that gap immediately. So I mean, if that works into your pre-market, if pre-market gaps up and the bell rings and the markets and that stock has gapped way up, more than likely that gap's going to be faded, and I'm going to be one of the people selling that gap for profit. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and let Barry know I'm stopping, and I will see some of you.
Anybody hear me in the YouTube room? I think we made a little mistake. I made a mistake by not stopping my stream right at noon. Can you guys hear me? And Ija, can you hear me? You can hear me, Mike? Okay, so we haven't lost everybody. Okay, I guess it was good. All right, guys. Well, it's I have to do my video now, so I will be putting people on mute. Everybody, the two rooms on mute while I do my video. Shouldn't take too long. So let me just put you guys on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so that CANF move was very short-lived. CANF, short-lived. Well, I see the CUEN finally did break down. But again, where would you have taken that? I don't see a cross on the 2 minutes, so it would have been kind of a guess, I guess, to a certain extent. The CUEN. But where are you going to take it? I mean, yeah, it looks great if you had figured out the short was up here at 469, but how do you know? I mean, I know you can't possibly know, but okay, well, okay, so the first 2 minutes sell. All right. Well, guys, as I say, I'm not going to trade out of boredom. No, everything is closed. Ryzen, everything is closed. See, position 0, they're all closed. What I did hold from yesterday that I closed in the pre-market were KMPH, GOCO, and MBRV. These three I did hold over from yesterday. In the simulator, did well. And everything else is closed. So obviously, yeah, you now notice position 0. So not a bad. I mean, in the simulator, $1,500. Do I like MDLY here? Well, the only good thing you can say about it is it held 10. But when I'm never going to say yes, I like it, therefore you should buy it. Okay, I mean, for me, it would probably have to at least take out 1050 or so. There's a little highs there, but I mean, it's already been beaten up quite a bit from 13 down to 10. That's a pretty big sell-off. Okay, so when you say set up your TI, okay, if you have not taken a look at the 20 lessons, I would encourage you to do that right off the bat. Okay. Take a look at the 20 short lessons. When you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. Literally, starting off by downloading it, what the channel bar is, your favorite stocks, what is a top list, building one, alert windows, etc. Okay? So you'll have all of the basic features explained if you click on that link, the 20 short lessons. And then secondly, simulation trading. Keep an eye on this one, guys. This is a SVRA trying to come back. Whether it keeps going. I mean, it hit a high in, up at 359 here, so it has $1 to go before those highs. Okay, so in order to use a simulator, you have to be using our application. So if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Other than that, you just click on Sim, and then you're in simulation mode. Okay, and when you click on Sim in simulation mode, every time you click on a symbol, it will show up, and then you just pick how you want to trade it. How many shares, the price, etc. So that's how you use the simulator. I mean, that's how you set it up. How you're going to use it will be up to you. Uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. Uses our real-time data. I don't know CP. We do connect with many brokerage platforms. The best thing to try is, when you go to our tools, external linking, Centerpoint, okay, yeah, I know, okay. I'm not 100% sure, but you can always try to add the link and just follow the rules, where it says add link, and just to follow the rules and see whether or not, typically is if you put it in the order entry box. I'm not familiar, I've never had CP, so never had it, but if typically when you put it in the order entry box, just follow those rules and the link may be established. So go to our toolbar and click on, from tool, and then click on tools, and then external linking. And then click on add a link, and then just follow these instructions. While keeping this window open, mouse over the target window, hold down the shift key, etc. And I would try in the order entry box in CP. I can also ask the question, anybody else have CP in here? Maybe I can just ask that question. Anybody else has CP? And then run administration first. Yes, that's the other trick that it seems you have to do, it seems. You have to be running TI as in administration mode and also your brokerage platform. It seems to be. I don't have to do it. It's funny. Okay, real. But you're not linking it, are you, Bruce? Okay, so every time is always Eastern time, okay? Every single time I mention is Eastern time. That just keeps it easier, okay? I'm not going to mess around with the different time zones. So every time you hear me mention, even though I'm on the West Coast, I'm in Vancouver, but every time, every reference is always to the Eastern time zone. Now, I'll leave that up to you to figure out what that means in your time zone, okay? Okay. I mean, we have people from Europe, and you just do a Google search, okay? In Eastern time, it is my time. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. So again, guys, just taking a quick glance at some of my exits, looking pretty good. You can see right here, I have the distance from exit price. So right now, it's $1.79 minus $1.79. So where I exited, it's now $1.79 underneath. So all these big negative numbers are nice to see. That's just showing me that where I exited in the simulator, they were pretty good exits. 55 cents under, 49 cents under, $1.24 under. All right, guys. Well, if you're following, you can see GME. Actually, it's kind of a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for GME. AMC is starting to move again. It didn't really take that pop off 13. Earlier, it looked like it was setting up right about here. It looked like it was going to keep moving, but it didn't. And there's AMC. ACI, let's take a look at ACI. That's not from your scan though, is it? Not the scan I have anyway. Yeah, sorry, yeah, worth watching. WW is worth watching. AGC, what are you doing? AGC. Well, this one kept moving a little bit anyway. PAYA was just before I did my video. This was starting to move. PAYA, and it's still moving. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just following a couple of discussions we're having in our support group within Trade Ideas. Today is Tuesday, so there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock that I'll attend, 2 o'clock Eastern Time. All right, guys. Well, I have to bring it to the attention. I mean, there's GME. I mentioned that red bar ignored, I think, on the 15-minute right there. There's GME. Because I know a lot of people following it. So there was maybe a nice little clue right there. Well, not sanctioned by, well, sanctioned, that's a strong word. Not sanctioned by Trade Ideas. When this room closes at 3 o'clock, and that's it. Yeah, I mean this SVRA. I think if it can take this out, this 260. I mean that was the original AI alert at 261. Did great. I mean for about 20 minutes, got up to 359 before it really came back. If it can take 261 out again, it might have another run in it. You know what, guys? Take a break from trading. That's all I'm going to say. I know it's just take a break, especially if you're in here for 7 hours, 6, 7 hours. We also have the webinars that you can go to. They start at 2 o'clock Monday to Thursday. You can head over there for the webinars that we put on every day. So just in case, so if you need that fix, from 2 to 3, if you click on my homepage tab right there, Barry's homepage. Okay, and click on the education section right here. Click here. And just a minute, let me do it again. So click on the education section right here. And scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Daily webinars. You can sign up for them all here. So that's another hour that you can ask questions. And, here's today, I think it's Steve. It's the Trade of the Week webinar. So, and after that, take a break. Just take a break. Can't get it. Looking at the par, it's down over 10%. I wanted to get a fill at the bid and they wouldn't fill me. It's shortable at Interactive Brokers, but Yeah, they're just not filling me. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, when a stock is down over 10%, if you want to short it, first of all, yeah, obviously your broker has to have shorts available. But if you want to short it, you have to go in at the bid, of course, like normal. But if it's down 10% or more, has to be some action at the ask, and then it has to go back to the bid. You could be in a big line of people wanting to do the same thing. So I was trying to short this one, and I was going in at the bid, but they wouldn't fill me. They. Well, I'm not in it for probably more than 20 to 30 cents, so that would have been fine. 16.24. I just like that break on the 15-minute chart, and looking underneath, on the monthly, I mean it's way down here, but on the daily, yeah, probably some support around 16.30 or so. I wasn't looking for much. Well, it would have given me about 20 cents right now. I'm talking about the PARR. Oh well. So again, gap down, and gap down and go. Also showed up on the flip of what I was using for the options. Showed up here. The continuation, yes. You're talking about the continuation or reverse? This one? Oh yeah. Just go to my homepage. One of the scans I'm sharing. You know how to get to my homepage, right? The tab right here. It's a multi-strategy, yep. This is what it looks like. So it's got the 4 alert windows, gap up and go. Not too many right now. So gap up and kept going higher. Gap down and reverse. So gap down and reversing. Gap up and reversed. And then the gap down and go, which we're seeing quite a few now. So gap down and go, gap up and go, just mirror images. And gap down, and these two are the same thing, just the reversals. Well, if you're looking for that, you got it. That's where I found the IMAX. I'm not in it anymore, but that's where I found the IMAX a lot earlier. And what I'm saying, out of, well, the brief experience, we'll call it, because I think I've only had this window, I don't know, up and running maybe for the last couple of weeks. I used to have this up and running all the time, and for whatever reason, I got rid of it for a while. Brought it back I think a couple of weeks ago. And what I was saying is that as the day progresses, you start to see the real trends. So, if something had been gap down and go as an example, maybe it's stalled for a while and then it just picks up and starts to move again down or up or reversal. I'm finding more the gap down and go seems to be the best, depending on the market too. I mean, what the market is doing. Right now, the market, the Dow is down, SPY is down a little, tech is up. Well, some would call this a rising wedge, I guess, So right now, Lizzie, it's either going to break over 1421 or break down through 1299 or 13. Right now, direction unknown. It's holding that ADMA on the 15, but kind of direction unknown. It's a slight lean towards going long if it takes us out. Look at IMAX. Wow, I'm not in it anymore, but another leg down for IMAX. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, nothing new since 10:58 from my options scan. It doesn't give too many alerts all day long, and which is fine. The idea is not to have a lot, just have some quality ones. But the last one was at 10:58 Eastern time. But you can sort of tell. Even by the AI, only 5 alerts today, which kind of shows you the type of day it's been from that aspect. And yet we had how many? I think 13 strategies made the cut, but only 5 of them produced anything. Oh, that's true. It is. Well, maybe yeah. The big market probably waiting for 2 o'clock. And some of these little ones though, they don't really care. But you're right. FOMC at 2 o'clock. It's tomorrow. Okay. Well, there you go. Oh, waiting to. I see what you're saying. So you weren't necessarily meaning it was today. Well, guys, I say I have no new alerts for the last little while. Okay, now there's a big red bar now for the SPY. Big red bar. You can see right here, hardly any new alerts, new highs being made from this scan. Yeah, it's got to break out though, I think. I mean, right now you're in this little area here. It's got to break out one way or the other. Yeah, so I mean, it's going higher on that Citron tweet about it, and I think yeah, you're right. They put a $30 price target on it with a grain of salt. I'm talking about the LIZI. Well, guys, keep an eye on AMC. I mean, it's trying again. AMC is trying again right there. A little red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. There's the red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, so the theory being we have a trend up, a pause in the trend, and maybe the trend continues. And that is AMC. Yeah, okay, there is the break. Okay, there is the break, yes. Now, will it continue? Such a low float. Yeah, pretty aggressive price target, obviously, by Citron for LIZI. All right, guys, AMC trying to break out now. Look at this lending club. What a move it's had. Guys, okay, again, you follow this GME. There's two red bar ignores on the 15-minute charts for GME, 1 and 2. AMC on the move, probably following a little bit of the GME. I have to bring these up, guys. I mean, people are interested. I know this is not a GME board or anything like that, but when it makes a move, especially with some kind of a little pattern, yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure COS, yeah, I'm sure COS is making the same type of move. Maybe not as dramatic, but anyway, I was talking about the lending club. My goodness, the lending club. Ever since its earnings, look at this. You talk about a continuation play off earnings. I'll talk about this. Look at this, from $11 to almost 20 now, 19 off earnings on March the 10th. And it's just been moving higher and higher and higher. This was the day because it released earnings after hours. So this is the day before. This is the day. This is basically the earnings reaction day on the 11th. And look at this. I mean, what a move for LC. Wow. Oh, you know what? On the GME, Cam, you are totally on your own. You know, that has a mind of its own. I mean, obviously, bottoming tails help, but way too emotional a stock to, in my opinion, even look at patterns like this. Intraday, maybe, you know, but I mean, it looks good. You're right. There's a hammer. I mean, as long as it holds. Well, okay, if it's more of a candle question, sure. You know, you'd love to see that big, you know, the big bottoming tail or hammer, whatever you want to call it. Sure. Especially if you've had a series of down days and then all of a sudden you get this, you know, maybe find that capitulation selling is over with a big. Now, I'm not talking GME specifically, but on the other hand, I mean, you know, we've had a couple of down days. But imagine we had a few of these and then a big hammer and then finally, and then it green. Yeah, that would be pretty bullish. All right, guys, 156. So this marketing meeting is going to start fairly soon. So all right, guys, 158. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now and put the announcement in. I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. It was a long meeting, and just I know, Grumpy, I'm back just in time to almost shut the room. Yeah, that CYTH, I was able to catch a little bit of it while I was in the meeting. That was a beauty. I mean, look at that, 1495, and now it's at 12, all the way down to 1228. Just give me the middle two-thirds of any of these moves, and I'll be very happy. Meanwhile, yeah, look at the market. The market really, that red bar right there, a little pause for about, looks like about 45 minutes. And then we're just continuing down right now. So I will be shutting the room down at 3 o'clock. And before I go, just do a quick run through my homepage. Just give me a moment here. And just want to make sure this promo code for 20% off should be good until Sunday night. Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so there is the promo code that you can use. And that is Shamrock, all in capital letters, for 20% off. So if you click on my home page right there or here, just instead of using, of course, Barry for Alpha, use the Shamrock, all in capital letters, get 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. And again, trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. My recap, sign up for it here. All of the scans that I'm sharing right here, including my layout right at the top. And also all the education links are here. So what I suggest you do, I mean the 20 lessons in 20 days, but what you can do is just save my link so you can take a look at it at any time you want. Okay, then you can take a look at all the scans, education links, etc. That was from a Real Scan, Sam A2. The one that, this one right here. This was a Real Scan. I can give it to you. I know he doesn't mind. Okay. Well, it's a great scan if you're looking to short, excuse me, if you're looking to kind of short tops and things like that. Now, the trick is always going to be, well, when is the top? All right, so, that can be a little bit tricky, but I mean, there's definitely, if you're into that, especially with the market doing what it's doing, shorting tops is awesome right now. Now, Real, I don't know if you're still around, but have you, I know you said before when you flipped it, it didn't give you good results at all. Is that still the case? Because I might flip it just to see, just for fun, because the same thing could happen. The market, we have a big down day and then a rebound day. That sort of scan could work very well. I did not change any of the settings, no. So it's the same price range. Everything is the same. Now he made it. The only thing he added, he added the relative volume. Okay, so this is the latest one. So if you wanted to use this in the pre-market, you probably just have to take out the current volume. Just make sure you disable that filter, and then add it back in once the market opens. On that scan, no. DYNT, not that I'm aware of, no. Yes, he changed it from 8 to 6, yes. Or you did change it from 8 to 6, exactly. Ah, that's right. That's right. He starts it from 2 to 80 instead of 1. So that's why, I mean, there could have been other reasons why it wouldn't show up, but that is definitely one reason. Yeah, so of course you can make changes. You want to change the price range. Like I probably won't be looking at $80 stocks, but I'm not seeing too many anyway coming through. Yeah, I think the first alert for it was at 1473. It was the only alert. I mean, some of them you can see what happens. You get an alert here like for MDLY, but it didn't drop from 960, it didn't drop from 986, it didn't drop from 1013, and I guess finally at 1170, or I don't know what price it. I'm surprised it didn't have another alert after that, but sometimes they're not going to drop immediately. How do you load a scan? Do you know how to load any scan, Jeff? Okay, so well, just click on the link. Can you not see the link? Oh, just a minute. I hope I didn't shut down the room. There we go. Did you not see the link right up here? So just click on it like this and then copy it. I've highlighted it, I've copied it. Control C, copy it, and then from the toolbar, just file, load from cloud, and it'll be right here if you've copied it correctly, and then load it. Okay, great. You have a meeting. Okay, real. Thanks for sharing the scan. Well, under to activate your account, like I'm not 100% sure, but I mean you have to put in your password, your username and password, and it is case sensitive. But when you say it's running, okay, so you have a green ball. If you have a green ball, then you're up and running, I guess. You have typed in your password and your username correctly. So you just have a toolbar at the top. Is that what you mean? Now you're wondering what to do. Okay. Well, the first thing you should do, in my opinion, is to before you do anything else, before you start pulling your hair out, is take a look at this, the 20 short lessons. Okay. And this will run you through all of the The basic features of trade ideas, how to create an alert window, a top list, looking at our channels, things like that, okay? The 20 short lessons. I think you should, do that first. Okay. You know what? You're getting the links one day at a time. Forget that. Just click on this, like save that link. And because this was more marketing, 20 lessons in 20 days. All right, it's not going to take you 20 days. At least it shouldn't. Okay, so I would just do it at your speed. Okay. And if you have problems, come back into the room. I mean, this is a free room, so well, obviously it's even if you're a subscriber, it's free, but it's a free room, so come back into the room, and I'll do what I can to help you if you run into any issues. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll shut the room down now. Interesting day, kind of a boring day. I mean, interesting in that we had a lot of strategies from the AI that made the cut, and only 5 alerts. Kind of tells you what type of a day it was. So, anyway, I shall open the room tomorrow. Goods, yeah, good to see you around all day. It was a little bit boring for me. And let me just get the announcement in. Have to change the day. Well, there's no such thing as a stock of the day. The trade of the week is what you're talking about, I think, okay? There's no such thing as a trade of the day or stock of the day. It's a trade of the week. Okay, so if you save my link, I'll just put my link. If you can find my, you know what I'll do? I'll just pop it in here so I don't. Just a second. Okay, so there's my homepage link. All right, so if you click on it, you'll see the first section. I think is trade of the week. There you go. So there's the trade of the week. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, so you can save this link, and because I've got all the scans that I'm sharing here also. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. But here's the trade of the week, and all the other educational links, including the 20 lessons, lots of good information, I believe, on my homepage. So you can also save that link. Okay. All right, guys, that's it. We'll see you tomorrow. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great, let me make sure I've saved this just a second. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.